Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. How's it working? So, is it on? Okay, so none of them are going to work? I This is not okay. Victor and Doug, could you come up with that? You hear me on YouTube. There's a 30-second delay. Okay. Thank you. I could keep talking. It's a test, test, test. Did everybody have a good Thanksgiving? Did you? I hope so. I hope you all had a good Thanksgiving. I had a good Thanksgiving. It was nice. Yeah. So, it's garbly. Well, I heard. So, what are we? It's clear on your computer. Okay. Okay. So, we're going to go ahead and get started. Okay. Here we go. So, because we are, and this is just for council as we get started, and welcome to our city council meeting on this Monday, December 1st. And council, you have our battery powered mics. I'm going to ask that you keep your mics off until you speak, and then we'll remember to turn them back on. That way we save the batteries. We've got some back here charging. I'm anticipating it to be a late night, and so we're going to try to save batteries. So we have our microphones. So as you all know, we have a tradition here, and that is that we open our meetings in prayer. And Pastor Dan, thank you so much for being here. As you can tell, I think we need prayer tonight.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
honored to be here.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all you do in the community.
Thank you,
Really
Mayor, and
appreciate
City
it.
Council and staff and everyone.
Thank you.
I'm going to read one verse out of Jeremiah 29:7 in the New Living Translation. And it says, "And work for the peace and prosperity of the city where I sent you into exile. Pray to the Lord for it, for its welfare will determine your welfare." Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you today in humility and dependency and thanksgiving, seeking your wisdom and your presence in this meeting. Your word instructs us in Jeremiah 29:7 to work for the peace and prosperity of the city which you have called us to live in. And we're blessed to live in Nampa. We lift up Nampa and all who call it home. Grant peace within our neighborhoods, unity among our people, prosperity that blesses every family. Give our leaders clarity of mind, purity of motive, and the courage to do what is right, just, and compassionate. Lord, guide every decision, discussion, plan made in this chamber. Let your wisdom steady our steps and your love shape our actions. May this council serve not personal gain, but the welfare of those entrusted to their care. Bless our first responders, our educators, our workers, our businesses, our churches, and every household. May your protection rest upon our community, and may your grace lead us into greater peace and flourishing. We pray to you for the city, entrusting that as it thrives, we too will thrive. In God we trust, we worship, and we thank you, our triune God, for the glory of the Father, in the name of our Lord Jesus, and we ask by the power of the Holy Spirit, amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Dan, thank you so much. Appreciate your prayers.
Thank you, and have a blessed meeting.
Thank you. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Chingula.
Here.
Bills.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Haverfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
All present.
Do we have any proposed amendments to the agenda? I am not aware of any. Any recommended amendments? See,
I'm sorry, Mayor Clean. Yes, regarding passage of ordinances 2233, that every ordinance shall be read at council meetings, I would like to extend that to 3 different days. So I don't know whether I need to make a motion on that or not. I'm not here.
okay, go ahead and pull the mic up to you, if you would.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regarding the passage of the ordinances that we pass at every council hearing, I'm looking at 2233 passage of ordinances, and says every ordinance shall be read at council meetings on 3 different days. So I don't know if I need to make a motion for that, or it's already or not make a motion to have them read. So I'd like to have them read on 3 different days. Do I need to make something different than that?
So what you're asking is that we pull 1, 2 from the consent agenda, and then it would be considered outside of that,
Yes, ma'am. I believe so.
okay? That's a good question. What is your reasoning for that?
Well, I
We've never
think-
done it before.
Well, there was some ordinances that were involved in the packet, and I just want to make sure that they're complete and that they're subject to modification. And I just want to make sure by the time we get to them that they're spot on, they're right on.
Well,
Mayor,
yes,
we're going to see if this works. It's a lapel mic. Let me know, James.
test it.
Test it now. Test, test. Test, test. There we go. Thank you. What Councilman Rodriguez is referring to is a city ordinance 2233.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yes.
This model is a pretty similar format that you see at the state level, that it gives the option to each council, specifically to NAMPA, that you can read it on 3 different days. But there is a threshold vote. 1/2 plus 1 of the whole number of the council may dispense with that reading. So just like the state law reads that, hey, if you want to dispense with it, they give you that efficiency to run your administration. Same thing is baked here into our code. And so if there is a vote tonight of 1/2 plus 1, which would be, we have a quorum of membership of 6 here. So with, I guess, 4 affirmative votes, you could dispense with reading it on 3 different days. And so if I'm understanding your motion is you would like to follow the 3 reading days, and that could be, as our ordinance says, trumped with a 1/2 plus 1 vote to dispense with the reading of it over 3 days.
Well, yes, and you're absolutely right. According to the ordinance, it says that at each meeting, the ordinance shall be open to discussion and amendment, may be referred to a committee, and shall be passed to the next reading unless by a vote of the council some other deposition is made. The ordinance shall be finally passed by a majority vote of the council, called and recorded yeas or nays. So that's it.
So where does this specifically
I think
apply,
it's the default.
Victor?
What do you mean?
Are we talking every ordinance, or are we talking a specific ordinance?
For right now, I'm just going to go for the, I guess I can make it easier, David, is just to say that it would be regarding the ordinances for the Fort Idaho Center. How's that?
Okay, so for the Fort Idaho Center, after public hearing, any decisions, you want to break it out into 3 separate times that we meet and vote. Is that correct?
It says that every ordinance shall be read at council meetings. So I guess that's what it means, right? I'm going to refer to legal on
Mayor,
that.
Well,
yeah, if I may.
Who furnished you the information?
Just a moment.
So,
Mayor, this is an item that is noted for public hearing. There will be a time at which, if it is approved, an ordinance is part of that motion, and at which time that would be the proper time to address how it is read. A second isn't needed. The default, as in state law, is that it reads on multiple days, but our legislature and our council some time ago allows for administrative efficiency. And so by a vote of 1/2 plus 1, you can dispense with it, which is commonly done here at all of our city council meetings. So it'd be no different than what we traditionally do. But the proper time to do that would be at the time of the action item itself, not right now.
so if we dispense with the reading, right, 3 readings, that applies to everything else on the council agenda. And then because this is a public hearing, that does not apply to that. He could actually ask that we not, because there is a request to pass under suspension of rules. And if the motion is made without that request, then it would go to the 3 readings. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mayor, you're right. Like we usually would do on an ordinance, it's passed with the suspension of the rules. And so when it comes up at that time, that's when that discussion and vote would take place.
Okay. So we'll have to give some thought to how this is going to proceed with that. If 841 if that goes to 3 readings, if we can move to 842, 843, 844. So that's some work that you'll have to do during the course of the meeting to see how we proceed under that, because there's only one first reading of ordinance.
That is correct. It would apply just to that. That's been notified tonight. I'm not aware of
Thank
any
you.
other ordinance.
Okay, yeah. Right, there, and that was just for clarity. The clerk just said, in unfinished business, we have 4 ordinances. By agreeing to the consent agenda as noticed, everything else will move forward as is. Only, as Victor is requesting, we could, we just do away with the request, or we have a vote on that at the time,
Yeah,
correct?
at the time for the
the
public
time.
hearing item, and then when we get to unfinished business, that same vote can be made to dispense with the 3-day readings.
Okay. So I think it's understood, so I guess the question is, that is not, we need to make sure it's clear that where the proposed amendments to the agenda, it does not affect the public hearing, that it only affects everything else on the agenda. Otherwise, we have to take all of our unfinished ordinances and we typically approve them by suspending the 3 readings and 3 different dates. Okay. So,
So I need clarification then. Moving forward, are you saying that all ordinances that are read would be automatically, if they're approved, they're automatically with the suspension of rules? Is that what this is all about by having this in this location?
what Victor's trying to do, and I'm sure you've had some counsel on this, is that he does not want the ordinance to be approved tonight. And so what he's hoping happens is that we don't approve the ordinance, that it has to be read 3 times, so it takes us into January. So that's the intent with that motion. What we're trying to clarify is that if we adopt the consent agenda as stated, that we can move forward with the rest of our agenda items and the reading of the ordinances without having to tell those out for 3 separate meetings.
So I asked the question, I didn't get an answer. Does he need a second to his request to pull it out of consent agenda?
Mayor?
No.
Mayor, may I did answer that, and no, a second is not needed because that is the default. A motion can be made to augment or change the standard, which is a 3-day reading.
And that's fine, that's what I understood, but the issue here is, now we're having discussion. The request was if we wanted to pull these out of the consent agenda and talk about it. So we're talking about it now without the continuation of the adoption of the consent agenda with that modification.
Mayor, if I may,
Let's go.
I think procedurally where we're at right now, a comment was made about an item that's not on consent agenda. The opening motion was, are there any amendments to the consent agenda? The item that's being discussed is not within that consent agenda, so the timing of it is untimely. It needs to come up when the item comes up, Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez, on 841. That'll be during our after the public hearing is closed. And so the question can be asked, just the timing of it needs to wait until the proper point in tonight's meeting. And so
So
consent
just-
agenda will continue forward unless there's any adjustments to that consent agenda.
The consent agenda 1.2 says the city council dispenses with the 3 reading rule of Idaho Code 5902 for all ordinances.
Okay, so that is the specific portion that you're wanting to amend.
So
And-
he's asking that that get pulled, because I think the way I'm reading it is it's all ordinances, and this is an
Exactly.
ordinance that would fall under public hearing.
So what that would,
So-
yeah, you're right. That means on each ordinance that comes up each time tonight, one by one, rather than it being consented in advance, you will take that up on each ordinance as it's presented at the time it's presented.
So I think then the motion that you're making is that we exclude 1.2 on the agenda from the approval of the consent agenda, which we can do, and then we will have to vote each individual ordinance if we choose to.
Mayor, I think you stated it correctly and accurately. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Councilman Reynolds and then Councilman Haverfield.
Madam Mayor, if we pull 1, 2 off the consent, which is like we typically do, wouldn't we bring that back to number 2 on our agenda and then vote on that separately?
We could, yes.
That's
would.
what we should do, I
Okay.
think.
Okay, so at this time, we have pulled 1.2 off the agenda. It will come back and have a discussion about that. And if there are no other further amendments to the agenda, I would stand that we adopt the agenda with the one amendment.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the agenda with the exclusion of 1, 2. I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as stated.
So moved.
I'm sorry, I forgot. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, consent agenda. There was a motion
So
and a
moved.
second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so now we are going to take 1, 2 and come back and have a discussion. This is number 2 on our agenda, and it's the items moved from consent agenda. And so this would be a discussion around the fact that there's been a motion to pull that. So,
Madam Mayor,
yes,
I move that we leave 1, 2 intact as it's written on our agenda.
I would second that motion.
okay, it's been moved and seconded that we go ahead and approve 1, 2 on the agenda, which is the city council dispenses with the 3-reading rule of Idaho Code 5902 for all ordinances. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
No.
Chingula,
Yes.
Haverfield,
No.
Griffin,
Is that again?
Councilmember Griffin. He just put a chat, yes.
Okay. So that was yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Bills,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, we don't have any agency or,
Mayor,
yes.
I just wanted to confirm if you heard me on the previous vote or if that was only from the chat.
What was your vote?
It was the yes.
Yes, we do have that. Thank you.
No, he wants to know.
But we couldn't hear
Okay.
it. We just got it from the chat.
That's what-
Okay, moving forward, I'll just do it this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Rodney, planning and zoning.
Mayor, Council, this is a quick update for you. There were 2 final plats that were on your consent agenda today, and so I won't spend any time on that. There was a second extension for a final plat approval for Wagers Dairy subdivision that the commission approved for another year. And then there were 3 public hearings. The first one was a conditional use permit for a kennel license off of Sunny Lane, 721 Sunny Lane, and that one was approved. The second one was a preliminary plat for a commercial subdivision. This one is off of, this is 11364 and 0 West Karcher, near the southwest area of Karcher Road and Middleton Road. And then that one was approved. And then the last one was a rezone for a small project, just a single family home that was rezoned from RA to RS6 for a proposed future lot split so they can build a second home on that property. And that one was off of Amity and Powerline, and that one was also recommended for approval, and that will come before you in February, on February 2nd. That's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you, Rodney. We're going to move to our new business items. 5.1 is an action item, and it's to confirm the appointment of Heidi Track to the Nampa Library Board for a 5-year term expiring December 31st, 2030.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Chingula,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
all in favor, motion carries.
Is Heidi here tonight? She is here? I'm sorry, Heidi. Is Heidi here this evening? Okay, I don't see her, but we'll get to you in a second. Okay. 5.2 on the agenda is an action item. This is to authorize the reallocation of $64,000 from wastewater upgrades Group F, the Moses Drain Project, and award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign the contract with JCN Contractors for the water renewal facility rotary press project as part of the wastewater treatment plant Phase 2 upgrades. This is for a total of $698,000. It is approved in the FY26 budget.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.3 is an action item, and this is to authorize the reallocation of $147,103 from the wastewater upgrades Group F, Moses Drain Project, and authorize the mayor and public works director to sign a task order with Jacobs Engineering for the water renewal facility rotary press project as part of the wastewater treatment plant Phase 2 upgrades for a total of $147,103. And this is approved in the FY26 budget.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.4 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign and initiate a change order with the Idaho Transportation Department for State Highway 55 Farmway to Middleton project in the amount not to exceed $170,452. And this is pending approval in the FY26 budget amendment.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Mayor,
Yes.
just a quick confirmation of what budget that will be amending from.
John. John Spencer's making his way up, and he'll provide answer to that.
Thank you.
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, John Spencer, Director of Water Resources. That will be from the irrigation budget.
So in the breakdown of everything, it'll be an enterprise fund rather than the general government fund, just to confirm.
Councilman Griffin, yes, that is correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.5 is also an action item, and it's to authorize the mayor to sign a contract agreement with Mid-America Golf and Landscape. This is to install the new irrigation system at Centennial Golf Course. It is not to exceed $3,819,759.18. It has been approved by our city attorney, and it is approved in the FY26 Centennial Golf Maintenance budget.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second, and question. Cody? Or whomever you would like. Got your name down on this one.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Cody Swander, City of Nampa Parks and Recreation Director. Yes, Councilman Bills.
So the question is wanted to encourage, if it isn't already in there, that there's a bid unit for rock removal?
Yes.
Because I didn't see anything, and obviously if they remove, but it needs to be in the contract what per yard their rock removal and haul is going to be ahead of, so it doesn't become T&M.
Okay, that can certainly be, before we get the signature from the mayor, that is a unit price we can expect from the contractor. I'll request that. I don't have a unit number at this point.
So when we bid it, we didn't bid what rock removal unit cost would be?
The bid came in as, with the expectation that there may be a need for a change order for rock removal. I didn't get a unit price. I don't know if that's linear feet or how that's actually determined. So no.
Typical is it's by yard to remove and haul.
Yard.
And it should be known, because otherwise that can become a spendy bill if it's not called out at this time.
Okay.
Part of the contract, that'd be my encouragement. So possibly amend the motion and the second to include a rock allowance specification to the agreement, if it's so inclined.
Mayor Kling. So you're talking a unit cost is what you're asking them.
Yeah.
That's common.
Okay.
Councilman Bills, Madam Mayor, the bid that they submitted, does it say rock removal on the bid?
It does include rock removal, yes. It's not.
So I would
But
not be
there's no
concerned
dollar
about-
amount.
Well, there's no way to quantify it, but that's on them. If they sign a contract that says they're going to remove the rock, then they have to remove the rock.
Well, when I looked at the documents, I don't think it's that cut and dry. And that's the reason I'm bringing it up. I think there's a potential problem.
So what was your language you would like to have?
Well, I think before the contract is executed, I think it needs to be confirmation with the contractor what the unit cost is for removal and haul on rock.
Councilman Bills.
What I saw was that there is the anticipation of rock removal and the contractor will be paid for it, but there's no unit pricing, and that's going to be an ambiguous, in my mind, with the amount of lineal footage, it could get pretty spendy and become quite the change order. So that's what my caution is.
So Cody, you have a comment?
I was going to ask, is it most prudent for me to come back with this topic at a later council meeting date once I have those unit price numbers?
So postpone the action on this, go ahead and let you get it, and then bring it back at a future council
I'd feel more
meeting.
comfortable with that.
If that doesn't cause you a problem, that would be best be my
Thank you.
opinion.
Okay, so do you want to withdraw your motion?
I'll withdraw my motion.
And second? Okay, so we will postpone the action on this into the next meeting. Cody, thank you.
Thank you.
5.6 is an action item. It's to authorize the mayor to sign a contract between the City of Nampa and the Nampa Police Protective Association for a term of October 1, 2025 through September 30, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Sorry. Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We don't have any proclamations this evening, so we're going to move to public forum, and we're going to start with a recognition of Mari Ramos. Mari, come on up here. I am so proud of Mari and the work that she's done. I think I met you, saying maybe 10, 12 years ago, I'm not sure. She's made such a difference in our community, and as a leader in Idaho's Hispanic community, she was recognized with one of the highest honors given by the Mexican government. Mari is the executive director of the Idaho Hispanic Foundation, and she's received the prestigious, would you say the name of the award? Otley? Otley. Thank you. I would say it wrong. And it's for her longstanding work supporting Latino families across the state. And so because we were not able to be, I was not able to be at that, I wanted Mari to come forward, and I wanted our community to hear this, and I wanted council to know this. And Mari, if you could share with us just a minute and show us your award, I would love it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. You were, up until like a few months ago, it said Debbie Kling Chamber on my phone. So it's been that long. But anyway, this award means a lot to me just because my parents are from Mexico, and I've always strive to find the ways to bring unity through our communities, and serving and helping have always been a way to do that, right? You serve with somebody, it doesn't matter who they are next to you, you're serving. So this recognition doesn't really belong to just me alone. It really is for all of our community, this community that has always been so caring and giving and open and supportive to help and allow me to serve everyone. So Otli in Nahuatl means path and building pathways. And so it means, you help build pathways for people to really prosper and to really thrive. So it means a lot. And it means a lot to be here with you guys because I love our city. I love Nampa, and I love everything that we do to bring that unity and that trust and that community feel into every organization and every place here in Nampa. So thank you very much for the recognition.
You know, I first met Madi when she was with the school district, and she was the vision behind our community resource centers.
Yeah.
And she began with one, and it grew into, I don't know how many there are today.
Yeah, there's 5. Yeah.
But that was because of Madi's passion and vision. And then you've continued to grow and serve. And I just want to say thank you so much for you're an incredible community member. Beyond, you represent the Hispanic community, you advocate, but you are Nampa. And we're so proud of you. And I'm so happy for you in this award.
Thank you so much. Yes, they've given me a silver medal. I know, I felt like...
This
yeah.
is great. We can't wait to see it.
I've got a silver medal from the Mexican government and then a big certificate to put on my wall. So
We would love for you to come forward. Could we do a picture with you? So council, let's come in and let's get a picture. Madi, thank you for being here. We appreciate it. You don't have to stay unless you particularly want to. Yeah. So we have a few minutes for our public forum. Do we have? Go ahead. Yes, it is public forum time. So let's go ahead and move forward with that.
Madam Mayor, we don't have anyone else that would like to speak at public forum.
Okay. Well, with that, yes, let's move on to our unfinished business. There we go. Okay, we are going to move to number 9 on the agenda. This is unfinished business. 9.1 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS6, single-family residential for a duplex in the RS6 zoning district at 7694 Birch Lane. This is a .97 acre parcel. This is for Robert and Margrethe Bizuli. I think I said that correctly. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 7694 Birch Lane, parcel number R20958011000, and 7700/7704 Birch Lane, parcel number R209580111B0, located in the northwest 1/4 of Section 11, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling .97 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS6 single-family residential and .97 acres more or less. Declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning has the consent of the landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the City of Nampa and to designate said properties as RS6 single-family residential as set forth herein on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with the Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.2 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS 8.5 zoning district to connect to city sewer services. This is for a 1.29 acre parcel at 1224 East Iowa Avenue for Jerry Lyle. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules. Thank you, Sharon.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 1224 East Iowa Avenue, parcel number R11804, located in northeast 1/4 of Section 34, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 1.29 acres more or less, like contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS 8.5 single-family residential on 1.29 acres more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning has the consent of the landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the City of Nampa, and to designate said properties as RS 8.5 single-family residential as set forth herein on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.3 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS 7, RS 8.5, RS 12, RS 22 zoning districts and a potential development agreement for a total of 57.16 acres at 12529 Midway Road and 0 Iowa Avenue for Conger Group representing Karen and Bob Anderson. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 12529 Midway Road and 0 Iowa Avenue, parcel number R33108 and R33115, located in the northeast 1/4 of Section 36, Township 3 North, Range 3 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 57.16 acres more or less, like contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS7 single-family residential on 23.4 acres more or less, RS 8.5 single-family residential on 9.94 acres more or less, RS 12 single-family residential on 1.13 acres more or less, RS 12 single-family residential on 7.83 acres more or less, RS 22 single-family residential on 14.86 acres more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning has the consent of the landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the City of Nampa, and to designate said properties as RS7 single-family residential, RS 8.5 single-family residential, RS 12 single-family residential, and RS 22 single-family residential, as set forth herein on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mayor, I move that we pass under suspension rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.4 is an action item. It's the first reading of a corrected ordinance for vacation of a 500-square-foot portion of the alley right-of-way between Lot 1 and Lot 12 of Block 109 of Griffin and Kings Addition to a neighboring 2 parcels in the RS6 zoning district located between 401 and 323 7th Avenue North. This is for Jason Redmond, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating a 500-square-foot portion of the alley right-of-way located on each of the properties generally described as 401 and 323 7th Avenue North, Nampa, Idaho 83687, parcels number R15038221000 and R087760100, consisting of approximately 1,000 square feet, more or less, located between Lot 1 and Lot 12 of Block 109 of Griffith and Kings Addition in the northeast 1/4 of Section 22, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian. More particularly described below in Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map and other applicable maps accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That concludes the business items that we have. We cannot start our public hearings until 6 o'clock, and it is officially 5:51. So we're going to take a short break. We will start at 6 o'clock. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. If there is anyone here that has not signed up, we are asking you to sign up in advance, not waiting till the end. So the staff is out front, and they're there for you to sign up. I'm going to prefer not to ask for people to come up at the end. I want you to sign up. If you're going to speak tonight, please sign up, and they'll be out front. So we have a break for about nine minutes or so for people to sign up if they haven't signed up, and then we will be back. I would like for Jennifer, for Parks and with IT, please test your equipment during this break so that we're ready to go. Make sure that everything's working and that we're all ready to go. And James, you can make sure everything's working to the extent. Thank you. Okay, we will be back. Okay, I think we're ready to go. I don't get it out. Okay, I think we're ready to get started. Are we ready? Okay. So we have 4 public hearings this evening, and I do want to mention something, and that is, when we are sitting up here in a public hearing, it is not okay for you to text our council meetings. The last meeting we were in, we had text coming from the public to a council member. Not okay. And so any texting that takes place, whether it's on a personal phone or work phone, will be a public record and will get pulled. And so just know that it's not okay to do that. Anything deliberation that we have has got to be public. And so we actually try not to, there shouldn't be any sidebar conversations, anything like that should be made public, right? If there were a discussion going on between 2 council members, but any texting happens. And I will say there's moments I have to text my caregiver at home. I've already warned them I won't be texting to see how things are going. And it'll be a late night, so hopefully, and I told staff, if you need me, walk up here and get me. So, because I stand by the same rules everyone else does. So, our first public hearing this evening, this is the Parks and Rec Department, and they're requesting to approve fees as presented for the Nampa Parks, Recreation Programming, the Cemetery, Harvard Recreation Center, and the Golf Divisions. Jennifer, I believe you are the one providing the staff report, and here we go.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, City Council members. Thank you for allowing me to come and speak to you today. I'm Jennifer Ayala. I'm the business manager for Nampa Parks and Recreation. So each year, our staff reviews the fees for their area and makes a proposal for fee increases. Our managers are here tonight to answer any questions you may have about the fees that have been proposed. Additionally, for the golf fees, we do present these to our Golf Commission, and they have reviewed and support the fees as presented tonight. So some of the reasons to propose a fee increase is to cover inflationary and operational cost increases. It's also to meet our financial obligations and to remain self-supporting at both the golf course and the Harvard Recreation Center. In some cases, our contracted instructors that we work with request a fee increase, and we also look to the future to make sure we're able to fund upcoming capital projects, such as the Centennial Irrigation Project, new golf carts, new mowers, things like that. Some of the fees we'd like to highlight are the memberships and the day passes at the rec center and the golf courses. I've put a slide up here to show you memberships. We're proposing approximately a 5% increase at the rec center, and day passes at the rec center a 9 to 12% increase. At the golf courses, our memberships, we're proposing a 3% increase to the memberships, and day passes approximately 10%. The cemetery, we're proposing no increase this year. And the rec department, our youth sports, basketball, volleyball, baseball increasing 11 to 12.5%. That is not a comprehensive list of all of the fees. We have included a list of all the fees in your packet. I also have maybe the fees. Well, maybe I can't. There's a list of all your fees in the packet. There, you can see on the spreadsheet that the column lists a percentage increase, so each item is listed on there. We've also included the effective date. Some fees will be implemented at different times throughout the year, depending on advertising and timing of the event. Also included in your packet are policies for the rec center, golf courses, and cemetery. We like to bring these policies for your review. There are no proposed changes to those policies this year, but they're just included for your information. We've also included at the end of your packet fee comparisons for the golf course. We want you to know that our staff in all departments research and determine the market rate for their services that we offer, and we make sure that we are within that market rate. I know this is a public hearing tonight. There may be people here to speak about the fees. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Council, do you have any questions?
I did have a sample of what's included in your packet too.
Would you like to, just for clear transparency, highlight those areas that are going to be increased?
Yeah, I can. Absolutely. So right here is our In our passes to the Nampa Rec Center, so as you can see, each item is listed at the top. Individual membership is going up 4.89%, family membership going up 4.99%, senior individual going up 4.85%. I'm sure you don't want me to list every single one on here. The day passes are on page 3, and those are also at the rec center, day passes, sorry. Those are going up, 9%, 12.5% for youth, seniors going up 12%. It's hard because it's going up $1. So that's where you have to the percentage varies based on what the original rate was, but it's going up $1 per entrance.
Thank you. So that was something I was hoping you would bring. So for example, and I'm just looking, for example, the Youth Day Pass.
Yeah.
Or the Senior Day Pass, it shows a 16.67% increase, but the increase is 50 cents.
Yeah, the Tot Day Pass is going from $3 to $3.50. It's a 16% increase, but it's because it's such a small dollar amount.
Correct. And so I think that's important to call out, that it may look like a large percentage amount. For some of them, it isn't as much. Now, some of the annual passes, it is somewhat material.
Mm-hmm. And then the golf courses are further down in your packet. Page 19 starts Ridgecrest Golf Course. As you can see, the day passes are going up 9 to 10%, roughly around there. And then page 21 starts our Centennial Golf Course fees. So if you have specific questions about any of them, I'm happy to answer them. We do try to keep within the market rate.
Thank you, Jennifer. Council, do you have any questions? I don't see any questions.
Okay.
So thank you. So this is a public hearing.
Yep.
And
Madam Mayor, we have 3 people that have requested to provide public testimony, starting with Marty Aubrey.
good evening. As you come forward, please state your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you. Yes, if you have something you'd like to hand us. And then, thank you. I'm sorry, we're laughing at Jennifer's face that showed up on the screen, so sorry. Could we actually show this down there? Thank you. Okay, pass this down. Well, actually, I'll keep it and she'll hand you one. We'll let her sit down and she'll get started.
Is this going to show the time?
Yes, it will. Yes. You're on top of it. Yeah.
First time.
You'll do great.
Okay.
So thank you for going ahead and stating your name and address.
Marty Aubrey, 621 South Middle Creek Drive, Nampa, Idaho.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go for it.
I'm here to propose that you have a trail fee for single rider golf carts. You have different green fees, but you do not have separate trail fees. I just purchased a single rider golf cart from Centennial Golf Course a couple of months ago. They weigh 190 pounds. It's a 3-wheel model. There are 3 of us that have these carts out there. And that's all. Okay? Now, in researching this, I found there's lots of different single rider golf carts. There's the scooter type, aluminum frame, 77 pounds. They have the skateboard type, 100 to 120 pounds. And now they have the new e-bike and e-scooter types that are 60 to 80 pounds with a bag rack for your golf clubs. At present, their standard golf cart weighs 800 to 1,100 pounds. A 4-person golf cart, which I just saw out there 2 months ago, extended, 1,600 pounds. You put 4 adult riders in it, you're over 2,000 pounds. The reason I mention the weights is that's what does the damage to the golf course. Okay? It compresses the ground. That affects the drainage of the ground. It stresses the grass, and the new aggressive tires and the lifted models that weigh heavier, they thin the grass. That's why you have little signs around the greens and the tees telling you to stay off. It's because of the golf carts. A single rider golf cart just drives to his ball and goes on. A 2, 3, or 4-person rider has to go back and forth across the fairway, putting twice the stress or whatever on the grass. The reason I mention the weights is you proposed in your fees $530 for a trail fee, $17.50 a day for a trail fee. You do not have any other trail fees. We come out as a single rider, you're expecting us to pay that kind of amount. Okay, so if you take a tenth of that, which a lot of our carts weigh a tenth, that would be $53 a year, or $1.75 a round. Or a fourth would be $132 for a year, $438 a round, or $265 a year and weight 75 a round. That would be half. I'm proposing a fee of $200 for a year, or $7 a day. It's the same as the others. You divide it by 30. It comes out to 30 rounds. If you pay less than 30, do the daily. If you play more than 30, you'd pay the yearly. I just called another public golf course about 3 hours ago, and I asked them about their trail fees. They says it was $15. And I says, what about a single rider golf cart? And I quote, he said, we do not have a single rider golf cart. We have found they do no damage to the golf course. So you can bring it out here for free. Okay?
Madam Mayor, time.
Okay, so
Any questions?
Our timer's not working, part of the work that was done today, unfortunately, so I'm sorry you didn't have any notice that you were out of time. I want to start by saying, Council, do you have any questions? I really appreciate you coming forward. I would like to ask that our golf team, I don't know if you've had a conversation. You have? Okay, I'd like to take this into consideration and then have you guys come back and speak to it. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming tonight. Really appreciate it. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, he's going to grab our timers and restart them.
So we'll go ahead and step into our next public hearing, and what I'm going to ask.
Our next speaker.
Our next speaker, I mean. But I'd like to, we'll give him a 30-second warning.
Yes, we will.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Belden Ragsdale.
Good evening, and thank you for sharing your name and address.
Okay, thank you. I'm Belden Ragsdale at 16780 North Gentry Drive in Nampa. I came here with the intent of waiving my time so other people with more to say would have time to say it. I've been told that I can't do that anymore, even though it's been done in the past. So, surprise. One thing I would like to do is throw my support weight between the comments Mr. Aldridge and Mr. Aubrey are making. The second thing I would like to talk about is that the fee increases for the seniors are crucial. Even though they seem modest to you, when I started playing at Centennial, my sewer and water bill was $70 a month for every 2 months, and now it's $170. Well, my Social Security hasn't gone up that fast. And I would think that using a market rate to assess and justify rates would not be appropriate in the sense that you're not surveying other municipal courses. It's the seniors and the public that built these courses. They have probably 5% of the business at this course. And if you take that over the time that we've had since we built this Centennial course, it's about 1 year's of entire revenue. So we have a lot of sensitivity to price, and we would hope that you'd take that into consideration in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming and sharing your thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Mayor, our final speaker is Randy Aldridge.
Good evening, Randy. Thank you for sharing your address with us.
Well, I should have a seat up here. I've been here how many years in a row? 4 or 5?
I think just a few. It's been a bit.
I mean,
yeah.
my God, we raise this thing every year, these people who wants to raise them. You know, Jennifer didn't really say how much profit the golf course made this year. Oh, excuse me.
Address.
10306 Mill Grain Street, Nampa, Idaho, 83687. Randy Orange. Anyway, she didn't show how much profit the golf course made. When you make a profit and you start raising the public golf course, it's kind of, public people, like Butch said, our paychecks don't go up. I'm asking the members here, are we trying to bleed out the people who has set income, retirement? Because we're getting pretty close. That's what I hear from my members. We're getting close where they don't want to drive over and play at Centennial anymore. Okay, I don't think I need to say too much more about a few things, but there's one thing I need to bring up. And this is not easy for me, but I made a mistake. And I don't like to admit that sometimes, but the city asked me to be on a board to help hire a manager for the golf courses. I think it was a mistake. I didn't, as personally, did not do any research, because when we bought the golf courses, everybody was, yeah, let's do this. And I was one of them. But after I paid attention and looked at things and studied things, did some research, public courses don't have managers. Country clubs do. On a city course, you got a pro who can do the same thing what the manager does. On both courses here, what I'm talking about, I'm not talking about one course. Both courses got pros can do exactly what this manager does. You have a cook can do the same thing what this manager does. You got a person who does the finance for the city who did it for years. And then my question to the commission here, you need to take a look at this, how much money we're putting into this manager. That money could be saved for different things for both golf courses. Or if something needs to come up, we can use something. You got a little stock money there. That money, what you pay the manager, is a waste, as far as I'm concerned. We made a mistake. And I was one of it who made the mistake. Nothing, it's the position. It's nothing personal to this person. It could be a woman, it could be a man. It was the wrong thing to do, because I think there's too much money goes into that manager. It could be used for something else.
Madam Mayor, time.
Okay.
Randy, thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Can I say one more thing?
You may say one more thing.
This might bring tears in my eyes here. Debbie, you have been one hell of a mayor.
Thank you.
One hell.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Thank you.
I wish I could hug you, but you've done wonderful things for the city. I think everybody should stand up and applaud that, because you have been wonderful. The gentleman who's going to replace you has got big shoes to fill. And Merry Christmas to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that is all that we have signed up this evening. So with that, I would like to ask our Parks Department, Cody, if you could come forward and provide response to a couple of the comments this evening. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Again, Cody Swander, City of Nampa Parks and Recreation Director. Appreciate hearing the comments from the public. I know fees are never a popular topic when you bring forth raising them. However, I feel like it's necessary to keep operations running. I know annually feels like maybe we're being hit a lot. However, I think you saw from Jennifer's proposal, not every fee is touched every single year, but annual adjustments make for smaller increases rather than waiting for several years and trying to make a larger increase at a time that may feel more of an impact for our customers. We value that sensitivity, and we do our best to offer a good product and still operate specifically the golf courses and the Harvard Recreation Center in the black using user fees, just as the city council has long instructed us to do as a department. So we're proud of that fact. It does come with some pain points of keeping up with inflation and rising employee costs and things that go along with operations that we see. Regarding some specific comments on the golf course fees, the single rider golf cart idea is new. We are like many courses that have a single rate for golf carts, and we are very happy to look at the option of adding a single rider at a reduced rate for those few riders that utilize those, as the gentleman said. So I have seen those things, and they're significantly less impactful, I imagine, to the course as some of the bigger golf carts are. So I think that's something we can absolutely look at for adding and including in our fee structure, so that people that are using those utilities are paying a lower rate. Regarding Mr. Aldridge's comments about the manager position, I stand behind the mayor and the previous Parks and Recreation director's decision to bring on a manager at the time when that decision was made. And I feel like our manager has done good things for the department. I understand Mr. Aldridge's interest in saving funds. However, we still would need a golf pro certified by the PGA to be there. Would that come at some cost savings? Perhaps, but not at the entire cost of a single FTE that we have now.
Thank you. So I was just looking in my packet for the price comparisons. And so mine is so dark, it's a little bit hard to read. I can't just off the top of my head say what they are. I know you've got the price comparisons. So would you like, council, do you need to see those? I know it's in our packet. Do you have any questions on that? Okay. Any questions for Cody? Okay, thank you, Cody.
Thank you.
Jennifer, do you have any closing comments?
Mayor, City Council, I just want to reiterate Randy's comment about profit. I just want to clarify that we are not for profit at the golf courses. Our goal is to cover our expenses. And so there are some years where we make more money than spend money, and then we put that into our fund balance so that we have money for these capital projects. So just tonight, we brought before you to do an irrigation project for the contract is set at $3.8 million. And none of that is coming out of general fund money because we have been able to bank money over the course of the years. It's not for profit, it's for us to reinvest into the course. And if we're not able to charge market rate for our golf course, then we would have to come and ask for general fund money. That's just the reality. So I just want to add that comment.
Thank you. Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Jennifer? Okay. Jennifer, thank you. I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, this is an opportunity for council to have a discussion.
Mayor,
Yes.
who was that to?
I'm sorry, Councilman Griffin, that's to you. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Apologies. And I have a little bit of an echo, so if I delay, I apologize because I'm here myself back and forth. I would request, however, we will need to make the motion. I think the information about the cart fees for single riders was good to consider, and a way to implement it would be great to move forward doing that. More specifically, though, I would like to see, and it's a similar idea that I presented last year, if we could have all the other fees absorb the increase of the senior citizen fee bracket rather than constantly increasing on the most popular group that attends. I understand that's where we need to collect our most funds, but the senior citizens every year, like I stated in last council meeting, are feeling the draw from every angle. The least that we could do is have the working class, the 20 to 55-year-olds pay their way for golfing and let the senior citizens get at least a breath of fresh air, especially on a city-owned golf course. So if there's a way to make the motion or a way to structure it where we do not have the increase go to the senior citizen class and rather increase more significantly on the other groups, that would be my preferred way forward.
Sebastian or Councilman Griffin, thank you very much for your comments. I would like to ask, Cody, it's going to be up to you, who could maybe respond to that, the possibility of that, and what the impact of that is.
Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. Councilman Griffin, I think that we've always taken a across-the-board approach with our fees and impacting all the groups. Some was kind of the mindset. However, anything is possible, and these fees are for you as a council to decide. So if we are given direction one way or another, we will react that way.
Councilman Griffin, we've got both golf and we've got the rec center. And so the senior pass increase at the rec center is how much? I've got it in front of me if I find the right page. It's $23 is what the pass is for seniors at the rec center? The increase. Correct. You said $23 increase. That's couple?
No, sorry, I'm talking out loud.
Okay, so a $23 increase. How much is the increase for the seniors in the golf pass? Say that again?
36 at Centennial.
Is the
annual.
increase?
Yes.
Okay, which is pretty substantial, more substantial. So there is a difference in between the rec center, and I can so identify with the seniors and being on a limited budget and trying to figure out how to do, although it is something you get to do, right? So anyway, I just was curious how much it was at the rec center because the same thing happens, right? Whether it's a rec center for health or whether it's golf. Okay, Council, do you have any questions? Comments? Yes, Councilman Haverfield and then Councilman Reynolds.
I was just going to say, I like his idea, but it might be self-serving since I'll have a little extra time on my hands going forward.
Councilman Reynolds.
Cody, what's the estimated revenue? This might be a Doug question for the golf courses with the increase based off of what you have now for players.
Great question. I think Jennifer has that answer. Councilman Reynolds.
Yeah, Councilman Reynolds, I can answer that question for you. If we raise all of the fees as expected, we did do a significant increase on the day passes, so most of the raise is coming from the day passes, but $34,833 expected based on our sales from this past year at Centennial.
Thank you.
Do you have any idea what the cost increase in your budget was from last year to this year, expense-wise? With no added anything, just your increase in fuel, wages, just all of that. Do you have any idea what that is?
I do not have that number. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I just have a comment. So I think we're still on the golf course paying interest on the money back to us. And I want to say that amount was around $200 and some thousand.
$265,000.
So my memory served me fairly decent. But I have a real hard time raising fees out there when we could make it so the golf course wasn't paying us interest on the money they borrowed from the city. And we could use that to fund other things that the golf course has needed, including keeping our fees low. So I have a problem with that.
So Council, I have a quick question. Could we, if we didn't, so the full increase is $34,833. So if we deducted that from what they owed us, to where we didn't have to do an increase. Would that be a mechanism for us to be able to not do the increase, but reduce the amount that they're to pay back the city? I'm just listening to what you said and just a thought, but
Madam Mayor, I was against that from the beginning. I didn't feel like an entity within the city should be paying interest on money that came from the city to the city, basically. And I really feel like for our golf courses to be successful, we need to leave that money there as an enterprise fund and let it continue to support the golf courses and/or whatever needs, operational needs that it has, and keeping our fees low. This is, I'm looking at the fee comparison to some of the other golf courses. We are getting up there to where we want to have things in Nampa that drive people to Nampa. Most importantly, our citizens that live here. We want them to be able to recreate and play here and not have to go other places. So that is an avenue of one option for that interest money. I don't know what the rest of the council thinks about that, but I would like to see us do something there. We're all facing difficulties. You go to the grocery store, anywhere you go, things are going up in huge leaps and bounds. So any way we can do to take care of our citizens that way, I'm in favor of that.
so just for clarity, you're talking about just the interest, right? Because there's a percentage of that debt that is just the interest. So waiving the interest to help offset it. Okay, thank you for the clarity. Council, are there any other comments?
Mayor,
Yes.
I personally wouldn't be in favor of that only because when we did that transaction, the communication that we gave to the public was that that was the arrangement that we were making. So to stay consistent with that, I would be hesitant, but I mean, if we had Doug run the numbers and it made sense, then I could possibly get on board, but that was what we told the public we were going to do, and I would like to see that through. But I would be in favor of potentially dropping the increase for seniors, or the increase for seniors that are Nampa citizens. I don't know if that's an option, but it's something there I'd be willing to negotiate.
Thank you. Other comments from council?
Mayor,
Yes.
I actually love the idea of finding out a way to hold the fees for Nampa citizens specifically. I don't know if there's a efficient way to ID or be able to do that, or if that's a mechanism that's already in place, but I think that's a fantastic idea. On the idea of absorbing the interest cost, I think where I have a difficult time not wanting to increase the fees, but having that as an opportunity, I don't believe that all Nampa taxpayers should be on the hook for the interest on the golf course, and that was the original discussion. So I understand Councilmember Reynolds' perspective on this, but to move forward, I think we maintain the interest and just look at how we can absorb those senior fee increases elsewhere.
Mayor, could I add a comment quickly?
Yes.
The interest portion for 2025 was just over $40,000 out of the payment. The remainder was principal.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. Cody and Jennifer, would you like to, did you have a follow-up comment?
The comment was, we were discussing is that we do not currently, just to Councilman Griffin's comments, the golf courses do not currently check residency. We don't have a resident, non-resident rate. We really don't in any of our programming across the department. One of those, I think, reasons is a lot of, specifically at the golf courses, it's a self-funded, it's not relying on general funding. So it's always been one fee for everybody, just historically. So clarify that, or answer, I guess, to that question, as we currently don't have a process.
Thank you. Any further comments? Yes, Councilman Bills.
Yep, I would leave the interest thing alone because it was set up to be self-supporting, and that includes carrying costs. If anything, I would support a reduction, 5-10% on the fees to the senior community, and acknowledge that part. If that helps and if that allows you to stay cash flowing. But we've relied heavily on parks and to cash flow those operations, and that was part of the conditions of getting involved in them, from my perspective, way back when, so.
So I have a question. We're talking about golf, but we have rec center memberships for seniors just the same. So would we apply the same principle for seniors? Because I will say fitness
I think you
and
got to go
walking-
across the board regardless
Yeah.
of the facility. If you're going to offer a senior discount, it's a senior discount
Correct.
from my perspective.
Okay.
So, and I think Parks is going to need to determine, what can be workable and yet not put them in the red.
Yeah, just for clarity, Mayor, Councilman Bills, that we do offer senior discounts. That is a price break for senior, non-senior at this point. I think we're talking further increases to everything is where we need the clarity of would it be the golf courses only, or would it be all senior day passes and memberships for rec center and golf courses?
So the day passes were a greater increase, almost 10% in that range. The membership rate was 3% for golf, and how much was it for the rec center? I don't remember. 5?
Yeah, 5.
Okay. So thank you for the clarity on that. So the question would be, what is the thought of the council with that information? And then it's one thing that's very, very important, and that is that you're self-funded. So if there is a recommendation, I know that both entities have, like, we're spending $3 million right now. And so it took us a long time to get $3 million to spend on that. So it sounds like it would be about a $34,000 if we'd had zero. Well, that's your total increase. So if you changed, council, I'm just trying to get us to a decision so we can move on. We're talking 3% in the seniors golf and 5% seniors pass. So if you were, what are you thinking as far as, are you thinking zero? Are you thinking a percentage? What are you thinking on that?
What is your budget allowed? Any discount or not? Because just like the discussion that's coming up later this evening, it still comes down to operations, and we need to run these different venues in the black.
Both Mayor and Councilman Bills, both operations at the golf courses and the Harvard Recreation Center, we treat very much like private business or the way that the funds come in and are expended. So absorbing, not taking an increase on expense or on revenue would just create us to tighten our belt elsewhere throughout the year. I think if we just were to focus on the seniors, it's something that could be absorbed with some pain. I think if, these fees as we've presented are what we feel like we need in order to stay in a healthy growth pattern and keep dollars balanced and coming in for fund balance growth where needed. So any hit could potentially cause an impact, but a small one could be absorbed.
Thank you. Okay, council, and I'm pushing council because council oversees budget. This is really council's decision, but we've got 3 more public hearings coming up. So what is the will of council on this?
Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve the increases as stated with the exception of dropping the increase down for senior golf to 2% instead of 3%.
And no change for rec center?
And no change for rec center. To approve as stated with the exception of dropping the increase for seniors for the golf down to 2% instead of 3%.
So there is no second on that one. So let's go at this again. Okay?
So I would concur with the motion,
Mayor?
however, it would include the rec center.
Down to what percent?
Same percent.
3%?
So the rec
2%.
center was at 5 and golf was at 3. So
That we're just dropping 1%.
drop 1% on both of them. Okay?
I'll second that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that the fee increases are approved as stated with the exception of golf increases at 2% rather than 3%, and the rec center is at 4% rather than 5%. Just for seniors, just for seniors. Okay, that's the motion. There was a second. Is there discussion on that? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
No.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
No.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Okay. There we go. Thank you, guys. Yes.
Can I ask for clarification?
Yes.
That was only for the season passes, not for day passes,
That is
correct?
correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That is correct. Thank you. Okay, so that concludes our public hearing number 1. Moving to public hearing number 2. This is an action item. This is the vacation of a 3-foot by 21-foot portion of an 8-foot wide public utility easement along the rear property line of 2218 Jody Avenue in an RS6 zoning district for Wendy Mosier. And the original concept is an accessory dwelling unit approximately 7 feet and 8 inches from the rear property line.
Hi, I'm
Evening.
Wendy. This is Chris.
Thank you, and go ahead and share your names and both names and addresses.
Wendy Mosier, 2218 Jody Avenue, Nampa.
And Chris Adams, 2218 Jody Avenue, Nampa, 83651.
Thank you. Okay, so I think you have 7 minutes, and thank you for telling us what you're trying to accomplish.
We're requesting a vacation of easement for an ADU that was built by CDB Construction Incorporated, Greg Barton. We signed a contract, he promised permits, we had no permits. Back in 2023, my mom was at the Gables Memory Care. My stepdad and my mom lived in McCall, and she was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. My stepdad started living with us for at least a year, and we have a 1,300 square foot house, so we thought it would be terrific to build an ADU in the backyard for my stepdad. And that was all great until about a year later when we made the final payment. And 3 days later, we're told we had no permits on the place. So we spent a couple months flailing and not knowing what to do. And then we're in touch with Sean Nichols at the city and started this process. So we're 4 inches into an 8-foot ADU on the back of the property. Or 8-foot easement, sorry. We're 4 inches into that with an ADU that's already been built.
4 inches over where you
Yes.
should be.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So.
Is there anything else you'd like to share?
That's pretty much everything there. Yeah.
Okay, council, do you have any questions for our applicants? Okay, we'll have you back. So
Okay.
we go through staff report, public hearing, and then we'll have you come back and we'll ask you any closing questions. Thank you so much. Hey, Christy.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. As stated, this is a request for vacation of a portion of the easement. After we had a chance to look at the legal description and determine exactly what the width of that easement is, it is not the 3-foot request. Now it's down to just 1 foot because of that 4-inch encroachment. So, little information about the property. It is in an RS6 zoning district, completely surrounded by RS6. As she stated, the accessory dwelling unit was constructed by a contractor in August of 2024 without building permits. She was unaware that it did not have those permits, and upon trying to correct the situation, discovered that it does in fact encroach into that easement. There aren't any utilities or anything in that easement, so it seems appropriate to be able to grant that vacation. This is an example here of the legal description that we had them submit. It shows the 1-foot vacation area. The correspondence that we received, Idaho Power has no utilities within this easement. Engineering asked for a revised legal description, which is what brought us to that 1-foot request. Both of those conditions in their memo have been satisfied by that. So very limited conditions of approval, just make sure that they secure the appropriate building permits moving forward. The findings in this case, based upon the analysis that was completed utilizing the conclusions of law, city department comments, and city code, along with the findings listed in your staff report, the project appears to meet all of the requirements for a vacation. As a result, we can reasonably recommend that it be approved. And these are your potential motions. I'll stand for any questions.
Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Christie. Councilman Haverfield.
Christie, is the ADU detached or is it attached to the home?
Councilman Haverfield, it is detached from the home.
Okay, and it's not shown in the aerial photograph that we're looking at?
Our aerials are very old.
Okay.
So we don't have an updated one that would show that building in that space, but it's
And it
been
is-
measured
it is-
out.
I'm sorry. It is on permanent foundation then?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Christie? Okay, Christie, thank you.
Thank you.
So this is a public hearing.
Madam Mayor, there is no one that is requesting to do public testimony on this item.
I'm going to assume that everyone that wanted to testify actually had the opportunity to sign up. Seeing that, there is an opportunity for applicant to come back. Do you have any other comments? This is very straightforward. Okay, so council, do you have any questions for our applicant? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, what is the will of the council?
Mayor, I'd make the motion to approve the vacation of the utility, portion of the utility easement as presented on the screen.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
That was a lot of work for this, but thank you for going through it. So thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. Okay, and you guys can go home, unless you want to stay. Yeah, you're always welcome. Yeah. Okay, 8.3 is an action item. This is a variance from NAMPA City Code 10-12-4D requiring a minimum base lot size of 7,000 square feet for 4 units on one parcel and parking minimums and standards in 10-22-6B in a multifamily residential zoning on a .13 acre parcel located at 1716 2nd Street South. This is for Rick Holden. The revised concept is a conversion of a garage and a basement to living spaces to provide 4 dwelling units on a 5,662 square foot lot and to provide 0 on-site parking spaces and no covered parking or guest parking. Is our applicant here this evening? Thank you. Go ahead and come forward and give us your name and address, and you can share with us a little bit about what you're trying to do.
My name is Rick Holden. I'm at 845 North Nicholas in Eagle. And basically, I bought the property 6 years ago, and I recently found out that it's actually zoned for a duplex, but it was a triplex that I bought with somebody that was living in the garage. I did allow that person to go ahead and finish his project, and that was 6 years ago. And I don't know how long he was living there before that, so it's been used for that for at least the 6 years that I've owned it, and it looks like the upgrade looks like something in the 1980s. It is a 100-year-old house, so it's been there. And they do have a concrete area we do on the side that's been there for quite some time, and they use that for parking. And it's it's off-road parking, but no covered parking. And the rest of the residents in that area do not have that either. There's multiple income properties all around it.
Thank you, counsel. Do you have any questions for our applicant?
Madam Mayor, I have a couple questions. So is this project was it permitted?
The which part?
The garage build out or?
No, it was, somebody was living there and working, but it was very primitive, and I've talked to the city. That was my mistake for allowing him to finish it up. He lived there rent-free for a year and just kind of finished it up, but it was livable, but not something I would have lived in. And that's how I bought it.
So there's 3 separate families living in a duplex? Is that correct?
Yes, a triplex in a house. So it's 3 stories.
Okay, and no inspections or permits, so we probably have some life safety issues there that should be addressed?
The triplex, like I said, I would guess that they've been living there since the 1980s, but they did get, well before the 1980s, but they did get a permit supposedly in the 1980s, the previous owner, but they don't show the basement as being a residence. But the appearance of it is the same as the other two. It is very, very old as far as style, orange carpet, that kind of stuff.
Okay. And then, so on the parking, can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, on the left side of the property, there is a 10-foot by 73.5-foot strip that has been poured a long time ago, and it's right on the side of the house, and that's where everybody parks. So it's never been we're allowed to use on-street parking, but nobody needs to use that. There's plenty of parking for everyone. And one of the things the manager does is to ensure that vehicles fit. You can't have a big truck or something that's parked there, but the smaller vehicles park just fine.
Okay, thank you. I'll save my questions for staff, the rest of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions right now? Thank you. So we will move to staff report, public hearing, and then we'll come back and give you the opportunity for some closing comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Rodney.
For the record, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. So you've heard the request here. This is between 17th and 18th Avenue and on 2nd Street South. And I'll just skip forward. We've gone over a lot of it. Applicant narrative in the packet just stated that there are other apartments near his property that do not have covered parking spaces. It'll be costly and require the front yard and trees to be removed if we enforce the code. And there's parking within the right-of-way that has been sufficient for many years. I didn't see any clear argument that was made for the lot size criteria, and so I'll go over those code sections in just a second. Staff recommendation is that we deny this based upon looking at the correspondence we've received from internal departments, as well as the criteria. And just as a reminder, when we look at these variances, staff's role is to look at the criteria, and that is what we have to make our decision on tonight, not whether we like the project. It's truly on, does it meet the criteria? So the comprehensive plan, it shows as high density residential. Zoning district is RMH, which is our highest density zoning district. And then the surrounding land use, I can zoom in a little bit there. You can see all the homes in the area, as well as some of the apartments. So the northeast is single-family residential, detached dwelling, RMH zoning district. Everything's RMH, so I'll skip over that. Single-family residential detached dwellings to the southeast. To the north is multifamily residential. That's the 2000 Polk directory shows 1 verified and 4 unverified apartment units, and so we recognize those 5. And then southwest is the 2nd Street South and multifamily residential RMH zoning district. A little closer view of the property, and you can see his description of where the parking is occurring on the northwest side of that property line within the alleyway. So 1981, Nampa City Directory shows 1716 as a duplex. In 2000, the Polk Directory shows 1716 as a single-family dwelling unit. In 2020, the MLS listing when the current property owner purchased the property shows as a duplex and the garage with no conversion. This was provided by Sean in the building department when he did his investigation there. So between 2020 and 25, we noticed some changes. The applicant converted the building. He's saying that it's a triplex. It was when he purchased it. That doesn't show on the MLS, but It was never permitted for a triplex in city records. We have no record of it ever being permitted that way. So there was an added basement at some time, and though the applicant states that the third unit had already been added, no documentation. I already said that, sorry. I'll keep going. Here's a couple more screenshots from the MLS. And you can see the garage there on MLS at that time was showing it as a garage. Variance, you've heard me give this before, but just again, a reminder, a variance is not intended to just give a special exception to someone just because they want to do something different than everybody else has to do. It truly is to address an unfair situation. So if a property is shaped differently than others are, or if it's has topography that are really challenging, waterway or something in it that makes it difficult to enjoy the property the way others do, then that is the purpose of a variance. And these are the 5 criteria that must be found in order to approve a variance. These are the criteria we must use. So applicable regulations. This gets into the nitty-gritty of what's going on here. The first one is the lot sizes, and this is in 1012-4D, and you can see the area that I've circled there. This is for 4 units on one parcel. It needs to be a minimum of 7,000 square feet. As you saw, it's less than 6,000 square feet. Parking, the number of spaces required, it depends on how many unit or beds or bedrooms are in the units. So we would have to do that analysis, but what's being proposed is nothing, no guest parking and no parking for the residents at all, except through the on-street parking. So correspondence. The building department indicated that this property was converted from a 2-family dwelling to a 4-unit configuration without permits. The garage was converted to a separate dwelling unit and poses a risk to fire, life, and safety because we don't have permits. We don't have any way to show that it's compliant. However, they said if this were to be approved tonight, that they one condition that they would recommend is that they get the permits, and then it could be brought up to those standards to make it to make it safe to live in it. The Nampa Fire District, essentially the same thing. They opposed the approval of the variance due to the lack of building permits and compliance with code. The Nampa Engineering Division provided several comments, and the primary thing that we need to look at here is the area that I've highlighted there. The alley public right-of-way is to be kept clear of obstruction and shall not be encroached upon by parked vehicles at any time. And what we need to consider here is that this is an access to those back properties where those other apartments are. And emergency services needs to have complete access to the alleyway. And when cars are parked back there, it can get really tight. And so while it's been fine up, for the last 6 years, if we have an emergency situation, that's when it doesn't become fine anymore. So that's their concern. They also indicated, engineering indicated some conditions that they would recommend if this gets approved. So staff analysis, I think I've covered it. I think we can move on from here. Here are the proposed conditions of approval. They would need to provide, according to engineering, number 2 and number 3, they would need to provide that on-site parking that doesn't encroach into the public right-of-way. And then the building department, of course, would want them to get the building permits, and fire department. So here are the proposed facts. I'm not going to go over all of these facts because they're listed in your staff report, but I do need to just cover the proposed conclusion. It's really long, so I've got a few bullet points I'd just like to cover. The first is that other apartments developed prior to the code being in place were done in that area. So his comparison to other apartments in the area, just in my opinion as staff, I don't feel like it covers the criteria listed in code because those apartments were built prior to the conditions in code, the standards placed in code. For parking and lot size and covered parking, all of those criteria. Second, this apartment was done after standards in place and done without permits. So if a permit was requested, we could have caught this right up front. We could have said, hey, this is not going to work. But since no permits were requested, we were left to this position now. Third, no practical difficulty or geographic hardship because they could have continued as a duplex as permitted by code. Number four, choice. It was the choice by the applicant to convert without permits does not create an extraordinary site circumstance. This gets back to the criteria that we have to meet. Number five, others in the district have to comply. If they were to develop duplex into a fourplex, they would need to meet our standards. Number six, this would be a special privilege to allow the applicant to do something others just can't do per code. And then seven, if conditions are followed, the conditions that were proposed here and the variance was granted, I don't see any detriment to public health, safety, or general welfare. There could be an argument there, but just because of the number of people living on the property, but they would need, because of the conditions stating they can't be in the right-of-way and that they would need to build it to building codes, I think that dismisses the concerns about safety. So with that as a conclusion, here are a couple of motions for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions I can.
Thank you, Rodney. Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Several questions. And going through the fire department's findings here, they've answered a couple of the questions that I had. This is now a project that would be commercial in nature, a fourplex, which would mean it'd have to meet the Americans with Disabilities Act requirements. It would have to be constructed to meet the IBC, IFC, IMC, all those requirements, the international codes, not just the International Residential Code, which a duplex would. So the conditions, well, even separating the units with 1 hour firewalls so that there's full separation for life safety does not give me any desire to see an approval of this request simply because it doesn't meet those things from a life safety standpoint. It's not in the downtown historic district. It's in an RMH zone, so it's not exempt from the off-street parking requirements that a downtown historic would be allowed to have on-street parking and not have to have it off-street. So there's just so many things I could just start pointing at that don't make sense to me in this request. So I'm making more of a statement than asking a question, but thank you.
Just a quick point of clarification, even the downtown historic zone requires parking for multifamily residential.
Are there any other comments or questions? I guess I have a question regarding that alleyway, because I think I didn't catch in your comments that you were concerned about parking, but when I'm looking at that picture, it doesn't look like a fire engine could even get through there so to me, there's a risk to life safety of others if a car is parked and you can't get a fire engine down that alleyway.
Yeah, Mayor, that's a Great point. If you look at number 2 here as a proposed condition, it's that they wouldn't encroach into that public right of way.
Yeah.
They would have to find a way to put their parking on the property. And in that situation, then you'd have a clear way to get a fire truck back there.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for
And
Rodney?
that would include trash trucks as well.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so this
So-
is a, I'm sorry, do you have a question
Question
before
for
public?
either Rodney or Sean. In terms of this being non-conforming, is not only taking action, approval or no approval on the variance request, what's the recourse with the city as far as the property operating within code? In other words, going from what it is to no more than a single-family dwelling or a duplex? Is that in the scope, or?
Mayor and Councilman Bills, yeah, that, if a variance doesn't get permitted, that is exactly what will have to be done. It'll have to be converted back to a duplex or a single-family residential for it to be compliant with code.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing.
Madam Mayor, no one has requested to provide public testimony on this item.
Okay. So with that, there is an opportunity for our applicant to come back and provide a closing comment, and then council, do you have any questions for the applicant? So go ahead and come forward.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Just a couple of comments. The MLS that I purchased it with showed it as a triplex, but once I purchased it and looked at it, I saw that somebody was living in the garage. So I'm not sure what MLS they were looking at that said it was a duplex. I understand it's my due diligence. I should have came down to the city and just investigated all that out. That's on me. But I bought it as a triplex with an unfinished garage that somebody was living in that was probably about 50% where he needed to be. The people that we bought it from, I don't know when the gentleman passed, but the wife had passed, and there was a lull of time, and I'm not sure who had the responsibility of it or so forth. Maybe the children, or it was in an estate, or I'm not sure. So the parking, it is 10 by 73. Like I said, we do check and make sure that they are small cars, they can fit in. I've seen the picture, you see it overhanging a little bit into the alley that they're showing, but that's not what they were supposed to be doing. They were supposed to be parking diagonally, and we can, and I don't know what year that was taken, but we can certainly button that up so that's done correctly. But the other area is on the right side of the sidewalk there. You can see there is an area with a big tree and all that. It could be cleared, and that would be quite expensive, though, and not. It's a beautiful yard. It does not look like that right now. It's very green and beautiful. So I would hate to do that. But I think that's all I have. Does anybody have questions for me?
Thank you. Any questions for applicant? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I do have a question for Rodney that I just thought of. And Rodney, where the revised concept of moving this to 4 dwelling units, if this is 2 dwelling units, which it evidently was, or 3, the 5,662 square feet, are we out of compliance no matter what? Or if it's a duplex, how does that work?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Because it was permitted as a duplex, you can see that here. Just 2 lines up is 6,000 square foot is the minimum standard there. So it would still be under that. However, because it was permitted as a duplex in the past, I think what we're saying is, our interpretation is we would still be okay with that going back to a duplex, even though it's substandard. It was permitted in the past at some point with that lot size.
Thank you for that clarity. Appreciate it. Council, do you have any other questions for Rodney? Thank you, Rodney. Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Council.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I have a question for legal in this. I want to make a motion to deny this, but I want to know if I can add to that motion the requirement to have a demo permit and inspections along with that that would be normally required for a demo. And then including making sure that anything put there illegally, like the plumbing, the water, et cetera, would be removed. Is that within our purview to do in that?
Mayor, by the way, can you hear me okay? All right, this is still working. Mayor, Councilman Reynolds, to the first half of your question about a demo permit, that's a little more complicated. It gets into the world of deprivation of property that exists. As to your second piece about modifying it for bringing it up to compliance, that would be a reasonable request or condition to include in your motion. I think it gets a little problematic about requesting a demo permit, which if I understand, the implication of that would be to remove this additional garage piece. Maybe clarify that if you could, Councilman President.
So if the motion were to pass to deny this and he has to bring it back to a duplex, then he would have to demo that living space in the garage. And so putting it back to a duplex. And in the process of demoing that, anything that was put in that garage illegally without inspections, plumbing, water to go with it, sewer, framing, structural issues that may have been caused in the garage, demo permit to me would, and our building director is here, he can probably speak to that, but to me would cover that inspection side of that to make sure that it was done correctly and not just left as a haphazard dwelling unit for a problem for future, and or a garage that was going to fall down because when they demoed the living space, they didn't do it correctly. So,
yeah, Councilman President, it sounds like the real intent here is prevent further residential habitation of this garage area. Ultimately, that's what you're trying to get at.
That's correct.
Mayor, per Council President's suggestion, I think it'd be appropriate to maybe get a little more clarification on the demo permit, maybe what that entails. I think that would be informative for the proposed thought or motion here.
Thank you. So staff, who would like to speak to that? Good evening, John. Thank you for introducing yourself as you come forward, and thank you for your response.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Mayor, Council members. John Nielsen, I'm the Director for Building Safety here at the City of Nampa. To Councilman Reynolds' point, the only way we would know that would come into compliance is through the demo permit. So, if we didn't do that, then who's to say if anything changes or, stays the same, or if there's even 4 families living in there. So please allow us to have the demo permit.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councilman Reynolds?
Yes, that answered my questions. And then one more follow-up, John, would be, it's not the building department's purview to inspect structural, let me back up. To inspecting structural, yes, but having a structural engineer look at that at some point, would that be required in a demo permit process to make sure this garage isn't going to fall down when they take out the interior walls or whatever is there?
Mayor, Councilman Reynolds, no, not at this point. I mean, if we walked in there and saw it was, all rotted out and needed some more work, then we would go from there. But just to get the demo permit, we wouldn't require anything from a structural engineer.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions by council? Okay, what is the will of council?
Madam Mayor, I would make a motion to deny the variance from NCC 10-12-4.d, requiring a minimum base lot size of 7,000 square foot for 4 units on one parcel, and parking minimums and standards in 10-22-6.b in an RMH multiple family residential zoning district on a 0.13 acre parcel located at 1716 2nd Street South, parcel number R13264000000 for Rick Holden, with all proposed conditions and formal findings, and that we require the applicant to pull a demo permit with the appropriate inspections so that we can make sure the work was in compliance.
Second.
So there is a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
There you go. Thank you. Okay, so we are to our last public hearing of the evening. I believe we've got about 33 total. Okay, so times 3 minutes, it's a little over an hour and a half that we have ahead of us, just in testimony before deliberation. I think I have a quick question for council. Do we want to take a 5-minute break before we dig into this? It'll be a marathon. So we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to dig in. And Clay, thank you for being ready to go. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, test, test. We are going to get started. So let's get ready to go. Okay, let's get started. Here we go. I think we're missing 2 council members, and I think we're ready to go. Okay. So I think we're ready to get started. Clay, thank you for getting us started and introducing yourself as we do so. Okay, here we go. I cannot hear you. Is the mic off? You turned it on. Okay, let's say that again.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. For the record, Clay Long, Chief of Staff. This evening, as we prepare for the public hearing, I'm just going to go through a staff report to walk us through the timeline, high level, and some details of the work that's gone on for this adventure, if you will. We'll start with how did we get here? And you'll recall the far majority of this has not changed. Actually, there's 2 changes that have taken place in this slide deck from what was previously shared. But we'll start with the proposal of the concept, and this came out of discussion early on about a desire for some increased enhancements to increase utilization of the amphitheater. As council had conversations and discussions about what the function and role should be, it was identified what are some possible solutions to not have this be a continued expense on the books of the city. So thinking through the core purpose, they embarked the exploration phase on what options could be possible. After initial conversations with the College of Western Idaho, there was an expression of interest, which turned into a several-month-long feasibility discussion and phase. With any ideas that come up or potentials, there's always the need to have and see if there is logical sense on both sides, and if it's something that should move forward to ensure a long-term success. During the feasibility phase, we investigated would this concept of conveying to the College of Western Idaho be feasible. After it was identified that would in fact work or be a potential, we move forward with public announcements and an extensive outreach effort to gather additional feedback and input. We had a question and answer surveys. We had several facilitated discussions. We had many town hall meetings. We also had a lot of communication to City Hall in emails, phone calls, etc. And then that leads us to today's public hearing. For your consideration this evening, it's in the individual. This is change number 1, as I mentioned. It is just the conveyance that is being proposed this evening. And I want to give some quick background on the financial considerations, as that's really what spurred this item to begin with, was the financial impact of budget. So some historical trends on the property from 2006 to 2024. Over those years, there were ranges of 2.845 million to 90,000 a year of a loss on an average of 1.152. And a total city investment over that time of 22,313,768. I do want to note today we were given a preliminary of the FY25. It does appear that for FY25 there's a 32,000 net profit for the property. At the same time, I will note that in the city's budget for FY25 there was slated to be $825,000 worth of capital, and that work was not done. So if you added that to the 32,000, it would take you closer to a $700,000 loss. Here are the trends of the whether capital, the horse park, and operations over the last 5 years. Again, you'll notice on the screen there were $0 expensed in 2025, although there was the budgeted of the $800,000. So here is the convey option. The goal of this and the reason for it being feasible, if you will, the custodianship remains under public entity controlled by locally elected officials. It is a tax-supported governmental entity. And then why the College of Western Idaho. 3 key things: proximity and location of the institution. As you're aware, CWI owns the property on both adjacent sides, north and south, between the Micron Center as well as their main campus. We heard over and over and over in all of, not all, but a significant amount of our public comments, the value and importance of keeping the facility accessible to offer and house the same things that are being done now. And so again, that being a reason why convey is a good option. And then finally, maximizing the utilization of the facility. As you've heard, and as there's been discussions of what the potential and what CWI looks to be able to do with that property to grow the expanded access and use. Again, another reason why the College of Western Idaho would be identified as the recipient for the conveyed property. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Preston to just walk through the legality piece.
Thank you, Clay. And he'll be advancing some slides here tonight as well. Some of this may seem familiar to you, a little bit of Groundhog's Day. We've gone over this at least once or twice, but it's important to reiterate it for tonight's discussion. The case law and jurisprudence on this derives from the Constitution and Idaho statute, really as a starting point. Our state's constitution has said the legislature shall provide the general laws for the powers, corporation, and organization of the city. So then the state legislature, with that authority, allowed for and passed certain laws empowering municipalities. We can contract, be contracted with, acquire, hold, lease, and convey property, real and personal. Both of that is here tonight, both the ground, the real property, and other tangible assets, the personal piece. There is an entire chapter dedicated to how you convey or transfer title to property which you own. That's Title 50, Chapter 14. Next slide, please. Thank you. So diving into that chapter that's specifically dedicated to how cities, any city, Nampa and otherwise, how we dispose. First, it states that we have general broad authority. We have a general authority to manage real property that we deem to be in the public interest. And it's in the judgment of the city council. So that vests that authority, that discretion with this body that's up here. Specifically, what's being proposed tonight is a conveyance to another governmental entity with or without consideration. What's before you tonight is a proposal conveyance without monetary consideration. There's some other non-monetary consideration at play here. So Idaho legislature has vested all cities with explicit statutory discretion to do what you're doing tonight. Next slide, please. So as often is the case, laws are passed by the legislature, they are carried out by governments and individuals, and then there can be disagreements or a difference of opinion, and they go to the court to be interpreted. So Idaho Supreme Court has affirmed that sweeping authority, and that is their words, not mine, not the council's, but the governing interpretation by the state of Idaho's most supreme legal authority, that cities have, quote, sweeping authority, vast discretion. The court will not second guess those determinations. There are few limits, and there is broad discretion. Next slide, thank you. What you see here, and I'll try my best to read it, I might crank my neck here. These are just some excerpts that I think are relevant, pulled from cases that are still good law today, and highlighted here in yellow. The Supreme Court has held that a city's power to lease city property has few limits. It is purely discretionary function entrusted to the elected officials. And absent a clear abuse of that discretion, any decision made thereunder will not be overturned on appeal. And the court reiterates that Idaho cities are invested with vast discretion to make decisions they consider in the best interest when leasing or conveying city property. Next case, please. Or next slide. So cities are not liable under the Idaho Tort Claim Act for their actions that they perform when they are conveying real property. Just to reiterate that, decisions that involve consideration of the financial, political, economic, and social effects of a policy or plan will generally be planning and discretionary. And when they are doing that, it is immune from liability under the Idaho Tort Claim Act. Next slide, please. So there's an extremely high bar for procedural challenges. Think of every decision has a procedural aspect to it and a substantive aspect. It is a very, very high bar for any procedural challenges on the city or any when they're conveying property that they own. There needs to be a glaring informality or illegality in the proceedings. And the court has said, look, we're not going to disturb the city's determination as they proceed through that decision. Next slide. So we're on this topic of what are the procedures. We have previously declared an intent by the city council, which is required by the state law. 1 year intent to convey the property, authorizing a public hearing. That's why we're all here today. We've satisfied that criteria. And include findings regarding underutilization or not used for a public purpose. That is found in your packet. That was a resolution we passed on November 7th. Next, we have the public hearing. That's where public comments are received, and that's what we're here for tonight, to satisfy that requirement. Later tonight, there'll be a vote on whether to convey it as proposed, and that is required under statute. That ordinance, which is drafted in this packet, has been on display for the public review. It requires certain pieces to it. We state that it's in the public interest, that it is underutilized or not used for public purposes, that we satisfy the statutory procedures. And the fourth and final step is then the conveyance of that. Just to kind of give an idea of what the conveyance looks like, I hold here the binder with all the materials. That is 2+ inches thick of legal documents, all required for this transaction. That's the final step. And an immense amount of work has been poured into teeing this up for the council's decision tonight. I alone am not to attribute that to. There's been many who have assisted with this, and I just want to acknowledge them publicly and thank them for their immense efforts from multiple parties, various legal counsels from those parties. Next slide, please. So if you were to answer the question, what is the authority of a city to convey property which it owns? In a few words, it's broad authority, it's sweeping authority. And when a city follows all the steps in that chapter I mentioned earlier, the conveyance will fit squarely and legally within that explicit grant of authorities. And courts are not keen or eager to second guess a city's decision. There's a very high bar for procedural irregularities, and an abuse of discretion is also a very high bar for the substance of the decision that you'll be making tonight. And so that's a Reader's Digest backdrop of the governing legal principles tonight.
Thank you, Preston.
You bet.
So with that, Mayor, if there's any questions before we move into public hearing, happy to.
Thank you. You know, I think it might be good to mention why we're here back in this public hearing again. And the reason for that is strictly related to really doing a due diligence as we stepped into, I don't know if Clay, you would like to speak to it, or legal counsel, to the title, in working on the title side, why we're here tonight.
Mayor, if it's all right, I'd be happy to address that. Obviously, the city wants to do right by the legal requirements. And this is a very large transaction, a lot of moving pieces. And in that review process, it was never a question in anybody's mind about title ownership. But part of that due diligence would occur after approval, typical to a purchase and sale you'd see in the private sector. And during that due diligence period, all the title review is taken care of. Fortunately, prior to the decision, or concurrent with it, title was able to flag that there was some irregularities in the ownership. And so this is a decision from 20 plus years ago for the various parcels. And so the city quickly jumped on that to rectify and correct all those so that the legal procedure would be tight moving forward. And so we are here in good faith, and I've always acted in that good faith. But as we learn facts as they come, when it comes to title, we quickly address them, and that's why we're here tonight.
It's correcting a mistake that happened over 20 years ago with the title and the recording. So we felt it was in the best interest of the city to ensure that we do be 100% correct. So that's why we are repeating this tonight, and that's the only reason why. So, okay. Council, any questions before we move forward? Yes.
Just one. So for clarity, the title of the property, does it belong to the city of Nampa, the residents of the city of Nampa? And I think what I'm hearing you say is that the six of us make the decision on behalf of the true property owners. Is that?
Mayor, if I can answer that, we addressed the title issues that were flagged by the title company. One parcel had a legal description of the irregularity, another just had an unrecorded deed from both from 20 years ago. Those have both been rectified. So as a matter of law and owner of record, the title companies have given us confirmation that with those changes which have been finalized, that the ownership is vested with the city. That's correct.
City of Nampa being the residents of the city of Nampa?
Mayor, that's not really a legal question. Ownership is vested in the name of the city of Nampa. How you interpret what that means,
Well, that would be a legal question.
The implication, Mayor, the title company has confirmed that owner of record is the city of Nampa.
That's my question. Is the city of Nampa the residents of the city of Nampa, or this body on their behalf?
So the city of Nampa is a municipal corporation. That's what it is, the city of Nampa. Its officers are elected by residents of the city.
Which would be the six of us.
That's correct.
And the mayor.
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted clarity on the fact who owns the property. It's the residents of the city of Nampa. We act in their behalf.
It is owned by the municipal corporation. And I'm not trying to dodge a question or be difficult, but that is the owner of record. No different than a trust. It's an entity, an independent entity.
Thank you. I think you answered my question.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go ahead and step into public hearing. So as we get started tonight, as I mentioned, we've got approximately 33 people. that are signed up. What we do is when you come forward, I'd like you to, let's just give 3 names at a time. I'd like you standing one behind the other so that we can move quickly through. You do have 3 minutes. We are not going to allow anyone to go over 3 minutes. So I believe our timer's working, so we're going to stop right at 3 minutes. Please state your name and your address. And then I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I need to share for tonight. Oh, thank you. No cheering, no booing. It is a public hearing. We are respectful, and I do expect everyone to be respectful. So you know what? I'm so proud of our community because usually we do a great job of that. And so thank you for being respectful tonight, and we look forward to hearing your testimony. And what else? And right, we are not deferring time to someone else. So everyone has 3 minutes to speak. So we're going to start. So our first 3 speakers.
Madam Mayor, our first 3 speakers are Nicole Bradshaw, Ashley Smith, and Mike Pena.
Thank you. And even though we've stated your names, thank you for restating in your addresses. Good evening. Thank you.
Good evening. Nicole Bradshaw, 1916 Fillmore Street in Caldwell, Idaho. Mayor Kling, City Council members, and community members, and all that are here, thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I will keep it very brief. I serve and have the privilege of serving on the Board of Trustees for the College of Western Idaho. And I'm here tonight representing as the vice chair, as our chair is at the Festival of Trees tonight, so representing the community. I want to begin by expressing my appreciation for the City of Nampa's thoughtful leadership and for the vision behind considering a partnership with CWI. The Ford Idaho Center is a cherished community asset, and the belief that CWI could play a role in its future is truly meaningful to us. At the same time, I want to share that the CWI board has not yet received the full set of materials necessary to begin our formal review of the proposed transfer. As trustees, we take seriously our responsibility to ensure that any decision we make supports our mission, serves our students, and respects the trust of taxpayers and employees. That means taking the time to understand the academic, financial, operational, and long-term implications of such a significant opportunity. We approach this openness, goodwill, and genuine desire to understand how this vision could benefit both CWI and the community we serve. And we are open to that review if the council so chooses to transfer. I want to thank you for including CWI in this opportunity, important community conversation, and for your continued service to the people of Nampa. I'm open for questions.
Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Ashley Smith, and on deck is Mike Pena and Andrew Luther.
Good evening, Mayor Kling, members of the City Council. I'm Ashley Smith, Executive Director of Government Community Relations for the College of Western Idaho, which is located at 5500 East Opportunity Drive here in beautiful Nampa, Idaho. I'm honored tonight to share a few remarks on behalf of CWI President Gordon Jones, who could not be here due to a pre-existing family commitment out of state.
I'm sorry, can you give us your address?
You bet. It's 5500 East Opportunity Drive.
That's where you live?
That's the CWI
Where do you live?
Yeah, so
I don't know that you have to do that because he's representing CWI tonight.
Yes.
And he's reading, yeah.
Well, Nicole gave us her address in Caldwell.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the 5500 Opportunity Drive, home of
Thank you.
CWI. Thank you very much. I'm honored to share a few remarks, as I mentioned. So he wrote, this is President Jones, CWI is deeply rooted in this community. Each year we serve more than 34,000 individuals across Southwest Idaho, including more than 6,300 residents of Nampa alone. These are students, working families, high school graduates, and career changers, all seeking opportunity closer to home. As we look ahead, we know the Treasure Valley is growing rapidly. and we are actively preparing for a future where 40,000 to 50,000 students may need the training, education, and support that CWI provides. CWI is now Idaho's largest community college and one of the state's 2 largest higher education institutions. Yet, we operate on one of the smallest physical footprints. Our main campus here in Nampa represents only about 100 acres, far smaller than Boise State at roughly 300 acres, the College of Southern Idaho at 315, Idaho State University at 420, and the University of Idaho at 815 acres. As the region's population continues to expand, we must plan responsibly for how to grow alongside it. That's why the Fort Idaho property represents such an extraordinary opportunity. We see the site as a way to activate space that serves both the community and academic needs. We are fully committed to preserving the beloved traditions that make this property special, from hosting the Snake River Stampede to supporting horse events and other civic gatherings. At the same time, we envision creating an environment that expands learning, workforce training, and access for local residents. Most importantly, this proposal is not an acquisition in a traditional sense. It is a partnership. One public entity, the City of Nampa, working with another public entity, CWI, to ensure the Fort Idaho Center continues to thrive and evolve for the benefit of the entire community. We appreciate the thoughtful consideration of the City Council and the trust Nampa has placed in CWI. We are ready to steward this property into the future, ensuring it remains a vibrant community-centered space that reflects the values, history, and promise of Nampa and Southwest Idaho. Thank you for your time and your continued partnership.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Mike Pena, and on deck is Andrew Luther and Victor Miller.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. Mike Pena, 2659 West Prime Land Drive, Meridian, Idaho. I'm here in the capacity of the president of the CWI Foundation Board, which has full support of this conveyance if the council so chooses. Also in your packet should be a letter from Allison Patt, who is the current vice president, will be taking over president in August. And she's out of town on business. And Ryan Martin, who is the incoming vice president in August and a resident of Nampa, he's also sent a letter in to the council in favor of support. We have had preliminary meetings regarding the potential conveyance of this property with the foundation board, the advancement department, and senior staff. We are reviewing potential committees, skill sets that will be needed and what goals that we will have if this conveyance does happen. We believe CWI will be very good stewards of the property and add value to the community under CWI management. It also provides opportunity for classes and training and potential sports which add value to our community, which could potentially include rodeo and some other sports. At this time, we do not have any plans on raising any tuition or changing any of the current uses that are currently happening at the Idaho Center. Right now, we've gone from 31,000 to 34,000 students in the last year, and we are one of the fastest growing colleges in the United States and are now one of the top 100 colleges in the United States. Additionally, CWI is the only college or university in Idaho without an auditorium or entertainment venue other than the College of Eastern Idaho that is only 3 years old. And a little bit of background, our current foundation advancement campaign is called Powering the Treasure Valley. We gave ourselves a goal of raising $30 million over 4 years, and I'm happy to say that in just 2.5 years, we've already raised $18 million and just recently signed memorandum of understanding for another $6 million, which we will probably be announcing in January. And just also a little clarification of what the foundation board is. So we're not employees of CWI, we're all volunteers in our community that are focused on the mission of CWI, and we raise funds for buildings and for scholarships. And I'm proud of our foundation members that give their time, their treasure, and their skill sets to making CWI and our community a better place. Thank you for your consideration. I don't know
Thank
if you
you.
have any questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Andrew Luther, and on deck is Victor Miller and Paul Haben.
Good evening, Andrew Luther, representing Oakview Group at 16200 Idaho Center Boulevard. First of all, just thank you all for the time spent on this topic. It's been very, very difficult for you all, and I definitely recognize the fact that it's been a significant effort and to much work, so it is appreciated. As you know, Oakview Group has operated the facility for a decade now, successfully reducing the operating costs and raising revenue streams to record heights. In partnership with the city, we have been able to accomplish the goal of having a large fund balance, strong promoter relationships, and the reputation of being the premier venue in the state. Like we view the city, we also believe that CWI would be a strong partner if the conveyance occurs. We are comfortable with their vision, leadership, and track record. Venue and secondary education relationships are common in our industry. Some notable OVG accounts alone are Central Florida, Rhode Island, St. Louis University, Maryland, Creighton, Florida State, University of Tennessee, University of Texas, just to name a few. The venue has grown over the years, and with it come new opportunities and new challenges. Competition is coming into this valley. We need to be ahead of it now. When a new venue opens or renovates, that will be very concerning to the future for further successful operation. This is going to occur, and we need to be leading, not following. If competition beats us to the punch, not only will the deferred maintenance costs remain, but we'll most certainly lose high-impact revenue producing events. Second, we want to see further growth of the property and utilizing it to its full potential. The lineup of events is incredible, but the opportunity to be tied into a student base for education and employment is enticing. Further, the development of the property as an entertainment hub with restaurants and other activities will be highly beneficial to the venue. This has been discussed for many years, and I hope to see that come to fruition in the future. To conclude, OVG will continue its efforts to produce positive results and position the venue for success within the marketplace for whoever ownership lies with. Thank you, and thank you again for your dedication to the process.
Thank you, Andrew. Council, do you have questions? Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
Just one. Andrew, can you speak to the Jacobs report as far as the building assessment? In looking at each of the buildings that are described in there, it has from 0 to 100, the assessment score, 0 being good, 100 being not good at all. And looking at so that is correct, that assessment, the way that it's put in here. Do you agree with the building assessments that are described? Because like the Idaho Center is indicated as 2.21, which is good. The amphitheater, again, is less than 2, so it's good as well. So the facilities as they stand today, according to this report, would indicate that they're all in good shape. Is that your assessment as well, being the manager out there?
Generally speaking, I would tend to agree with the Jacobs report and its assessments. However, if you wanted to dive in further to every line item, I think you could argue that some projects may need further attention and some possibly don't need as much attention. Just depends on priority.
Just looking for breadcrumbs for the people that follow.
Sure.
Andrew, do you mind repeating the number of different venues that Oakview Group manages on university or college campuses?
I pulled a list of 7 or 8 names, but there's certainly more. I didn't pull the overall number, but I imagine it's probably close to 20.
Okay, but that is something you're very experienced in doing.
Yes, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Council, any other questions for Andrew? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Victor Miller, and on deck is Paul Haben and Jill Hallows.
My name is Victor Miller, and I'm at 7009 North Spurwing Rim Place in Meridian. With more time and information, it is clearer that the Fort Idaho Center is not underutilized, and the market has made that very clear. 1, FIC holds an estimated 150 events annually. 2, FIC has attracted investment. In 2024, Oakview Group was willing to invest $8 million in FIC's amphitheater and raise $1 per ticket for FIC maintenance. This proposal was never made public. FIC has attracted long-term commitments. OVG took over the food and beverage contract in November 2022 and has it until September 2027. On January 1st, 2024, Mountain States Ford dealers entered into a 5-year FIC naming rights agreement. Why would you do this if it wasn't viable? FIC has made money and has money and made money. In letters OVG sent to Mayor Kling during 23-24, FIC achieved record results, beating operating budgets by $3.6 million and posting profit margins of $2.6 million. City records show FIC's projected fund balance at $4.88 million. FIC's horse park is thriving. A 2023 letter from OVG stated, "The horse park hosted a record amount of events and will be an asset for decades to come." In 2023-24, FIC's facilities were improved. 66 new RV spaces, 60 horse stalls were added, and every seat in the amphitheater and arena were replaced. In a recent article, CWI's president, Gordon Jones, says he's not convinced FIC is a perennial money pit, that FIC's balance sheet has improved, and CWI would net hundreds of thousands by renegotiating with OVG. Why can't the city do that? President Jones is right. My FOIA request to review RFPs made to other venue operators like Live Nation and Legends Hospitality returned nothing because the city has not tried to figure out if it could get a better deal. One main reason this council deems FIC underutilized is due to the city's inability to meet immediate and short-term capital expenditures and deferred maintenance needs. CWI hired Jacobs to investigate this and concluded that immediate needs for the sports arena and amphitheater approximate $1.1 million, and that for years 26 through 29, it totals a mere $40,000. FIC has plenty of money on hand to handle this. The market has spoken. NCC should not deem FIC, the Ford Idaho Center, underutilized to expedite a conveyance. Nampa citizens have invested $36 million. FIC's replacement value is $146 million. CWI would pay nothing and ultimately has the right under the latest convenience agreement to abandon FIC. Lastly, in terms of public use, God and Country, 10,000 people a year, free. The Chosen, which is the TV show, 35,000 people over the last 2 years, free. It has a public purpose. Thank you. And I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Paul Haven, and on deck is Jill Hallows and David Leroy.
My name is Paul Haven. I live at 2325 River Oaks Drive, Nampa, Idaho. Good morning, Mayor, or good evening, Mayor, and City Council members. I'm here to speak in support of the Ford Idaho Center conveyance to the College of Western Idaho. Also, I'm here for the voices of the 20 or so signatures on a petition that the River Oaks community turned in and should be in your packet in support of that conveyance. I've been lived in Nampa for over 50 years. I was at the 1997 first rodeo at the Snake River Stampede. I've been to concerts, I've been to the rodeos, I've been to the truck monster show, football games, basketball games, concerts. And so the question here is who best can continue to make the Idaho Center work the best? Is it Nampa City or is it the College of Western Idaho? I think that the College of Western Idaho has a lot more ideas and ways to improve the Ford Idaho Center than Nampa City does. I think the Nampa City has done a good job of where they've gone, but for it to take the next step, I think you need the College of Western Idaho. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Do you have any questions? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Jill Hallows, and on deck is David Leroy and Margie Potter.
Jill Hallows, 603 West Crimson Loop, Nampa. I've always been extremely impressed that the city council meetings begin with prayer. Prayer sets the proper tone by asking for guidance, wisdom, and harmony and doing the right thing. I do believe each one of you are very good people, that you follow Christian values and that you really do want to do the right thing. But in contrast to those prayers being said during the past few months, I've witnessed a growing undercurrent of discord and contention. If I look back on when the discord began, it was about the time the Fort Idaho Center conveyance was first addressed. I attended the July 15th public forum and many others, and to me, the way that topic was introduced, it felt wrong. I even talked to Mayor Kling during the break to tell her it didn't feel right, that people who should have been involved in developing such a plan had been left out, or it appeared so. If it had been introduced as an idea to be pondered and explored first, rather than a plan with a contract already laid out, it would have probably felt okay. In my lifetime, I have learned that an idea or plan that causes contention rather than resolution usually isn't a good one, that it should go back to the drawing board. Why force this issue? I think it needs to be reworked before taking a final vote. Taxpayers stand to pay higher taxes whether the Fort Idaho Center is kept or not, and either way, they will see no return on their investment. Citizens should be able to vote. But if that can't happen, I would recommend that at least an unbiased survey be conducted. Stakeholders in the Fort Idaho Center, like the Snake River Stampede and Idaho Horse Park, need a tighter contract that will better protect their interest in their use of the facility. OVG made an offer to invest in the Fort Idaho Center, and they've made recent progress putting it in the black. There's a possibility of auditorium district funds helping. The deferred maintenance doesn't need to be done all at once, so there is hope, and any hope of a paying venture should be thoroughly explored to protect the taxpayers. I agree with things that Victor Miller said that haven't been finalized to the point of conveying yet. This flawed public process has led to distrust of the mayor and the council. I would recommend putting off any decision until our mayor-elect, Rick Hogeboom, can evaluate and restart the process properly. Please table this decision until these issues are addressed. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is David Leroy, and on deck is Margie Potter and Glynis Calhoun.
Dave Leroy, attorney at law, Boise, Idaho, P.O. Box 193, appearing for my client, Hubert Osborne of 4199 East Switzer Way. Madam Mayor, members of the council, this December 1st vote tonight, in my opinion, is a very different decision from the ones that you made in June, July, August, September, October. And I would suggest that there would be no embarrassment tonight for those of you who have been enthusiastic and voted yes to change to a go slow no tonight. You can still preserve the work you've done. You can still move the same options forward. You can expand the opportunities. As your city attorney, a most competent fellow, has given you good counsel about the issues, the statutes. And of course, some parts of your ordinance remain debatable in terms of underutilized and core public purpose and best interest of the city. But why is this decision different tonight? It's different because you meet in December of 2025, a month after an election and a month before the Idaho legislature will meet. I'd make 3 points on a suggestion tonight. Number one, with all due respect, lame duck decisions are not always the best public policy, and they're not fully respectful of the future composition of this board and decisions recently made by your electorate. I ask that you continue to consult with the new incoming members. Secondly, if this is a fiscal stress issue, then indeed legislative feedback should be absolutely received before you empower and require a city entity or a state entity to accept this responsibility. And third, if this is a core function issue, I urge that you consider transferring it not to a college, but to the auditorium district, which is forming. For those three reasons, lame duck decisions should be avoided. Legislative feedback ought to be essential before sending this to a state entity, and the core function should consider the auditorium district. I ask you to vote and change those yes votes to a go slow no. But let me make this suggestion. I appreciated the photo that you posed for, and if this group needs to leave a legacy, then I ask that you vote only yes on this particular action item, and that you do not vote yes on the other action items that would lock in the mayor to authorizing those signatures. Delay that at least so that the incoming administration can execute on it
Madam
if
Mayor,
absolutely
time.
necessary. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions? Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Margie Potter, and on deck is Glynis Calhoun and Patty Evans.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Margie Potter, 1811 North Cobble Way, and a 35-year resident of Nampa. I want to speak in favor of the conveyance of the Ford Idaho Center to CWI this evening. Back in July, when this news was announced, I was taken aback, as everyone else was. I had questions, and since that time, I have attended forums, city council meetings, town halls, read opinions in our local paper, read many social media posts, and talked to people in person on their thoughts. Although I think the starting point of all of this could have been done a little different, that point is moot. It is what it is, and we need to move forward. This was all new to everyone, and we need to extend grace for any hiccups that happened in the beginning. I'm a solution-based person, and looking at all of this, the information presented, I think the conveyance of the Ford Idaho Center to CWI is a thing to do. I think that CWI will allow us to keep all of our local events, grow the expansion and use of the RIP venue, and fundraise for repairs as needed. If we sold the venue, we would not get nearly what it is worth because of the stipulations that would be placed on the sale. I believe the city has done their due diligence to look at all of their options. And boy, I have to read my own writing here. I'm opposed for this going to a vote as our voter turnout is low, and I don't think all of the people would have their say, and it's not even clear what we would put on the ballot. I have been very saddened by the vitriol and loud behavior of the few on social media and the emails that all of you have received. I, for one, appreciate all the time and attention that you give to this city in your positions. It's hard work, and none of you have deserved the treatment that you have received. Thank you for taking your time away from your families and for to serve and get so little in return for what you do. Thank you so much. Also, thanks, Preston, for everything. You don't get any credit for anything either, so I want to give you a little thanks there. My 2 cents, look, I have so much time left and I'm such a big talker. To CWI, build an ice rink. Mayor already knows that I want that. It is a moneymaker, I'm telling you, if you build a professional ice rink. We have no space left at Idaho Ice World, and it costs our kids, even here in the like Ridgeview, all the teams have combined together, and they have to go at like so early in the, like 5 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock at night to
Madam
practice.
Mayor, time.
So please.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Glynis Calhoun, and on deck is Patty Evans and Noreen Nunes.
My name's Glynis Calhoun, and 2117 East Lewis Lane in Nampa. Good evening. I've been an educator in Idaho for over 20 years. In that time, I have had the privilege of working with thousands of students, bright, capable young people who dream big but often face barriers to achieving those dreams. One of the greatest challenges I see is access to affordable, high-quality education after high school. For many of our graduates, attending a four-year university is simply not financially possible. That's where College of Western Idaho has been a lifeline, offering career training, transfer degrees, and skill development at a cost that keeps opportunity within reach. Tonight, I'm here to voice my strong support of the conveyance of Ford Idaho Center and Horse Park to CWI. This is not just a transfer of property, it is an investment in the future of our students, our workforce, and our community. The Ford Idaho Center is already a cornerstone of Nampa. It draws visitors, hosts events, and showcases our city's spirit. But in the hands of CWI, it could also become a hub for education, workforce training, and community engagement, while still maintaining its role as a venue for the events we all value. I also want to speak specifically about the horse park. For years, it has been a gathering place for equestrian enthusiasts from across Idaho and beyond. It has given our youth, especially those passionate about rodeo, 4-H, FFA, and other equestrian sports, a place to learn discipline, responsibility, and sportsmanship. These young people gain more than riding skills. They gain confidence, leadership, and a sense of belonging. The horse park has also brought tourism, supported local businesses, and preserved a piece of Idaho's agricultural heritage that is worth protecting. By aligning the facility with CWI's mission, we can expand affordable education opportunities for students who might otherwise be left behind, strengthen career and technical programs that meet the needs of local employers, preserve and enhance a community asset, including the horse park, that has cultural, economic, and historical significance. I've seen firsthand how education changes lives, not just for individual students, but for entire families. When we give our young people the tools to succeed here at home, we keep talent in our community, we grow our local economy, we build a stronger Nampa for generations to come. I urge you to see this decision not as giving something away, but planting seeds, seeds that will grow into opportunity, stability, and pride for our city. Thank you for your time, for your service, and your commitment to the people of Nampa.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Glynis? You were like 14 seconds. That was perfect. You must have timed that well. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Patty Evans, and on deck is Noreen Nunes and Chris Troxel.
My name is Patty Evans. I live at 3616 East Rolling Green Place, Nampa, Idaho. I want to talk a little bit about fiscal responsibility and stewardship with our taxpayers' dollars. It was in 2017 that the Nampa City budget was $171 million. The 2026 budget is at $310 million. That's $139 million more than it was. And in $139 million more, nowhere was there ever enough money for a $600,000 boiler. So 44% budget increase. So I just question why. I mean, I love the roundabouts. I think they're great. But when I'm driving around the roundabouts, I'm looking at how to get in and how to get out, driving safely. I grew up in a German town. I know how to drive them. You got to pay attention, especially people who don't know it. I'm not looking at the $40,000 piece of artwork that's sitting up on top of it. And I think there's like 8 or 10 of those statues that are out there. It was not a good decision with our money, with our taxpayer money. I've had the opportunity to look at Oakview Group's $8 million paperwork that they wanted to submit to invest into the amphitheater. Really, really nice. It would bring it up to modern standards, state-of-the-art, fixed seating, just absolutely beautiful. And from a stage perspective, the backstage part that I can see with the load-ins was fantastic. I would love to be a stage manager back there, which I have done without that kind of facility. So I don't understand why we passed up an $8 million in-your-pocket offer from Oakview Group. The renderings that they submitted were fantastic. I loved it. In fact, I don't understand why we said no. And they were offering this back in, I think, 2023. These facilities don't exist if they don't make money. Jerry Jones wouldn't be investing money in it if they didn't make money. Oakview wants to stay in so much they wanted to give that money. CWI certainly wants it. But no one has ever said what we were going to do with the money if we dumped the Forward Idaho Center. I mean, there is that land up along the river with a park, hiking, biking trails, and with 61% public lands, Idaho doesn't need any more recreational areas. And I'm certainly not going to load my bike in the car and drive 10 miles from my house to ride along the Boise River. We don't need that land. Thankfully, at the meeting for the county, Nampa wasn't given the opportunity to make that part of their area of impact. So I don't understand why we need to get rid of the Ford Idaho Center. I think we need to stay the course. We need to give it a year and get organized.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions?
And Mayor Kling, I keep forgetting to let you know.
The next speaker.
I need to let you know something. I keep forgetting. I forgot last time I spoke. But my grandfather and my great-grandfather are from American Falls. So my Idaho roots are over 100 years deep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Noreen Nunes, and on deck is Chris Troxel and Stuart Heidemann.
My name is Noreen Nunes, and all of my questions have been answered, so somebody gets extra minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chris Troxel?
Yes, Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Chris Troxel, and on deck. Gosh, sorry.
Thank you. So the next speaker is
Chris Troxel, and on deck is Stuart Heidemann and Sherry Boardman.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Chris Troxel. My address is 6101 Airport Road here in Nampa. I'm a third-generation Nampan. I've introduced myself in the past and mentioned that I'm involved in a number of organizations related to the horse park, so I won't talk to that again. When the proposed conveyance was first announced, I was immediately concerned, as many of us were, and generally opposed. As you all know, the Idaho Center is a great source of pride for Nampa, and it's integral to this enormous horse industry that's part of the Intermountain West. But as the summer wore on, and more information was provided by the city and CWI, along with the vote by the council to not pass a levy to fund the needed deferred maintenance, my opinion began to change. Now, it would be my preference for the center to remain with the city. We love it, we take great pride in it. But given the lack of a credible and reasonable plan for funding this deep needed maintenance, I became willing to at least consider the options that were being provided by CWI. Now, there's no doubt that a transfer of the property to CWI makes many of us nervous. There's a lot of unknowns. The college has been willing to negotiate with stakeholders, and that they've provided a guarantee of long-term uses, particularly for the horse park portion of the facility. Frankly, this is something that we do not have now with the city. So this would be something new. We would actually have some long-term stability and the ability to look far into the future for uses of the facility. I'm also concerned, given the political environment in Idaho, that a new administration or council at some point might just decide to sell it. And of course, it'd have to go to the highest bidder. So in light of the city's lack of a clear and credible commitment for long-term financial funding, I have concluded, after much investigation, that the conveyance of the Ford Idaho Center to CWI is the most responsible and forward-looking solution, and I urge you to consider that tonight. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions? Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Stuart Heidemann, and on deck is Sherry Boardman and Robin Knight.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Stuart Heinemann, 621 North Midland Boulevard. I've lived and worked in Nampa for more than 40 years, and I'm here opposing transfer or conveyance of the Idaho Center to the College of Western Idaho. The Idaho Center cost taxpayers here in Nampa over $30 million, and the citizens of Nampa under this agreement are getting nothing in return. This facility was built, maintained, and paid for by Nampa residents. So what do the taxpayers get out of the transfer? Nothing. Giving it away without compensation is not responsible stewardship, and Nampa will still be stuck with covering the police and fire support for the facility. Transferring ownership also means losing local control. Once the Idaho Center falls under the CWI board, Nampa citizens will lose their voice. Decisions about operations, access, and priorities will be made by a board not accountable to Nampa voters. Only one member of the trustees is from Canyon County, one. Everybody else is from Ada County. Nampa has consistently said no to CWI funding. When CWI was formed, Nampa and Canyon County's voters rejected the CWI and said no. We got stuck with it because of Ada County. In 2016, when they wanted $250 million under a bond, our community repeatedly signaled that we did not want CWI. Why is it that CWI is our chosen recipient of this conveyance? For the children? I'm sorry, CWI does serve a function, but does it serve a function as a entertainment venue or as a horse park? All I heard tonight was, oh, we're going to have a rodeo team and some other teams. Sounds like they're looking for a reason to be a university rather than a community college. I urge the council to protect this community's resources, halt this transfer, and ensure transparency and accountability to the people of Nampa. Thank you. Any questions?
Are there any questions?
Madam Mayor, I have a question. Stuart, are you representing your business at 621 Midland?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm in the impact area out here north of Nampa also.
Well, what is your business?
Heinemann Insurance.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I do want to make a comment, and you don't have to come back. I sat on a meeting earlier today, and it was really interesting because in that meeting, what I heard was that it was Canyon County, not Ada County, that voted to support CWI coming in. It was actually what I was heard on this meeting today. And so I think we need to research that because there's no further comment. I'm just saying there's no further,
Whoever you're talking to is wrong.
Thank you. It's not. It was in a meeting, public meeting, and I'll go back and we'll do the research. But the public meeting stated that actually it was on the College of Western Idaho that it was Canyon County that carried that. So I think we would need to fact check that. I would just suggest that we do that. So anyway, thank you. Thank you.
Hi.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Sherry Boardman, and on deck is Robin Knight and Debbie Bartlow.
Sherry Boardman, 999 Cowhorse Drive, Kuna, Idaho. Madam Mayor and City Council, as many of you know, I'm the president of the Idaho Horse Park Foundation. I've served on that board since 2002, and in that time, I've had the privilege of witnessing the original vision of the Idaho Horse Park, its construction, and the realization of first-class equestrian facility that brings tremendous value to our community. We are proud of what the horse park has become and of the significant tourism dollars and economic activity it generates for Nampa. The decision before you tonight regarding the future of the Fort Idaho Center, of which the horse park is a key part, has been understandably polarizing. Many of us who care deeply about this facility, including close friends of mine, do not agree on what the best path forward looks like. And that division has been felt within our own foundation as well. Because of this, we committed to do a careful fact-finding process. In the beginning, our board was also split. But after extensive discussion and multiple meetings with the city, CWI, and representatives of the horse industry, we came to a unified conclusion. At this time, CWI offers a promising and responsible future for the Fort Idaho Center complex. CWI has assured us contractually that horse park operations and shows will continue uninterrupted for at least 10 years with an option to renew. This commitment demonstrates that they understand the role of the horse park, that it plays in the health of our business community, in local tourism revenue, and in supporting the auditorium district. These factors keep Nampa strong, and we all benefit from that strength. To remain competitive, the Fort Idaho Center and the horse park must not only maintain current facilities, but also improve and grow. With recent legislative changes, funding these needs has become an overwhelming burden for the city. At this time, we have not seen an alternative plan outside of CWI that addresses these significant needs in a realistic or sustainable way. When a community is divided, we look to those elected by the majority to lead with vision and with the best interests of our community at heart. We don't all have to agree. That's the beauty of democracy. But we do have to trust the process and support the hard decisions you are tasked with making. The foundation has greatly appreciated working with our current mayor, whom we will genuinely miss, and with the council members who have consistently recognized the importance of the horse park. Your leadership, support, and investment in upgrades has protected this valuable community asset, and for that, we're sincerely grateful. We respect each member of this governing body and trust that you will make the decision you believe is best for the future of the facility and for Nampa. Whatever the outcome, we hope we can all move forward positively and collaboratively. To the incoming mayor and council, we welcome an opportunity to continue a strong relationship. And to you, Madam Mayor, we wish you well. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Sherry? Thank you, Sherry, for your leadership. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Robin Knight, and on deck is Debbie Bartlow and David Taney.
Robin Knight, 2945 South White Point Lane in Meridian, but I work in Nampa. My name is Dr. Robin Knight. I'm one of the veterinarians at Idaho Equine Hospital. I want to clarify that Idaho Equine Hospital has no direct stake in the conveyance of the horse park, but I'm here simply because I care deeply about the future of Idaho's equine industry and the education of students who will shape it. Conveying the horse park to the College of Western Idaho presents meaningful opportunity for our entire horse community. CWI is committed to expanding its agricultural and equine programs, and access to the horse park would allow students to gain the kinds of hands-on experience essential for this for success in this field. CWI has shown that they're willing to continue to hosting and attracting top-tier horse events at the horse park, even providing contractual agreement with the Horse Park Foundation as such. This is an essential step in maintaining the strength of the equine industry in Idaho. These events often represent the pinnacle of many of the equine discipline's competitive events. Having such events in Idaho ensures that top trainers are attracted to and remain in our local area. These trainers ensure that horse owners and amateur riders get excellent training locally. The horses stay in local facilities and get their hay, tack, trucks, and trailers locally. Losing these events would have a profound effect on the horse industry and local economy. We are grateful for CWI's interest in preserving this facility and working with the management company to ensure the future of these events. While Idaho Equine Hospital is not involved in land decisions, we would welcome future collaboration with CWI to help prepare more students for careers in equine professions. Our industry is growing and we need well-trained farriers, technicians, and rehab specialists. This partnership could help meet that need. The horse park under CWI stewardship would also support broader growth, expanded rehabilitation services, advanced equine science coursework, and other degree pathways. It would become a central hub where education, veterinary medicine, and industry expertise could come together. Conveying the horse park to CWI is more than a land transfer. It's an investment in the next generation and in the long-term strength of Idaho's horse industry. We feel like there are endless opportunities that will end up being a win-win situation for the local horse industry as well as the college. Thank you. And I do want to say, Mayor Kling, always have loved working with you, and thank you for your service, as to all of the council members as well. So,
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Debbie Bartlow, and on deck is David Taney and Maggie Goff.
Hello, Debbie Bartlow, 3514 Juanita Way, Nampa, Idaho. It is in your power to provide a way for us to come together on this instead of just one way and only one way. We've heard, and I'm not educated in this field, but we have heard several people give really good options to research so that we could keep it. I think our best interest would be if we could keep it. We are only having to get rid of it because of some other things that are seemingly too big a challenge. And yet there are people who have explained there are ways to overcome those challenges. So my question is, well, one, I think CWI could rent spaces and use all those great plans they have, and while we still keep the facility. I don't think it has to happen this way. And the power you have is that you could slow it down a little bit. Your people aren't just oppositional to be oppositional. We believe deeply in our hearts that this is a wrong move. And in all these meetings, I've not heard you discuss or research any of the ideas presented to you. It's like we just chatter and then go sit down, and what we've said has no merit. And I don't believe that you're bad people, but I don't understand, and many people don't understand why it's being forced this way. If it's such a good idea, there should be ways that you could bring it together. The people who are opposed to it are not bad people. Well, I don't know, there's always some bad people in every group. But I mean, we want to work together on this, and we're not convinced yet. You have not convinced us. You've told us why you want to do it, but you have not convinced us that there's not an option to keep it, and not even evaluating what other people have brought up as options. So, one, can you answer in some kind of discussion, why does it have to be moved this fast? And what else can you do to research with these people? It's in the notes or records, what things you could research and find out if we could keep it, because that would be the best alternative. If we could keep it, Nampa, who built it and put their blood, sweat, and tears in it, and support it.
Madam Mayor, time.
Anyway, please help us.
Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor,
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is David Taney. And on deck is Maggie Goff and Mitch Minetti.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is David Taney. I live at 12232 South Hunters Point Drive here in Nampa. And I thought the last speaker made a pretty good point. I don't understand the hurry, what the rush is. We're just finished one election. You're going to be swearing in a new council, a new mayor here in just another 4 or 5 weeks. Why this needs to be decided tonight is beyond me. I don't think you have all the information or have looked at all the possibilities that needed to be looked at to make this transaction. For example, the ostensible reason that you got into this or motivated to take a look at this is because the operating losses of the facility and the deferred maintenance costs of bringing it into line. I don't think any of those problems are unsolvable. The deferred maintenance estimates that were put together for you that estimated something like $25 million worth of work, those numbers haven't been challenged. Those numbers are probably overstated, possibly by as much as 50 or 60%. The operating costs, even the manager that you had here from OVG tonight talked about the thing operating in the black. I noticed that, and one other speaker tonight mentioned it, that you got a proposal in 24 from OVG to invest $8 million, essentially interest-free, in the auditorium. And they were willing to accept the operational losses in that agreement if they were allowed to share in the upside cost of the profitability of the facility. I wonder, has an arrangement like that been explored with OVG? That would certainly seem to solve the operating cost risk that caused some of this discussion to take place. I think that it would be irresponsible, frankly, to make a decision on this tonight. You're so close to seating the new council. There's so many issues out there that could be looked at from a business point of view. They really should be investigated before you decide to give this thing away to an organization that's sitting on something like $80 million in current assets. And if they really wanted to be out here, could either rent space or purchase a partnership interest in the facility. So I hope you'll defer this to the next group coming into office and allow them to put some fresh eyes on it. Thank you.
So the next person on deck is?
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Maggie Goff, and on deck is Mitch Minetti and Randy Ryken.
Can you repeat the name that's on deck now?
The next speaker is Maggie Goff.
Maggie Goff. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maggie Goff, and I live at 2554 East Cinnamon Lane, Nampa, Idaho 83687. And I, like a lot of other citizens this evening, I'm against conveying the Ford Idaho Center. It is my personal opinion the Ford Idaho Center should be sold to a private business with contract stipulations, which sounds as though it shouldn't be a burden since there is a public support which will equal dollars for them. I think not only the city should be off the hook, I believe the taxpayer should be off the hook. If CWI needs a large venue they can rent from the new owners, the great ideas that CWI has can be passed on to the new owners. And lastly, I pray Oakview Group will not be retained since they are out of Colorado, currently have DEI language on their website, and the worst part is they continually infringe on my Second Amendment rights.
Thank you. So before we go on, could we pause for just a second and let's go through the list of those, just so everyone knows that are waiting, that they're signed up. So just real quickly go through the list.
Absolutely. And I hope I don't kill your names. We have Mitch Minetti, Randy Ryken, Tammy Conabear, Jay Snyder, Cheryl Higley, Linda Steele, Hubert Osborne, Doris Phillips, Kenny Roten, David Allison, Ivan Castillo, Estella Rosales, Mark Mitchell, Curtis Homer, Brian Crookham, Steve Tester, and Nick Miller.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council friends. Mitch Minetti, home address 16740 North Gentry, about 0.5 miles from the Ford Idaho Center being talked about tonight. So my day job is at the Nampa Chamber of Commerce. More importantly, my night job is proud father of 2 daughters. So we frequent the Ford Idaho Center a lot for concerts and rodeo, etc. So I don't have a lot tonight. You're going to hear lots before me and after me. I about a month and a half ago stood up here before you and told you the Nampa Chamber Board has vetted this and it was in support of the conveyance. for many reasons stated tonight. Nothing has changed. I know that it's an emotional decision, a hard decision for many, so I don't envy your decision tonight, but I do encourage you that on this one, more time just seems like it's creating more division. It was talked about tonight. I'm seeing too many relationships and friendships being divided over this. All of us have people on both sides of this. It's an emotional decision. So I do encourage a decision to be made sooner than later in the best interest of being able to process and move on. There is no exact right decision and there is no wrong decision. It's just your individual decision based on what you've learned from the past, the present, and the predicted future. So again, I just, more than anything, want to tell you guys I appreciate you taking the time to vet this. Again, I think more time, this proves it, that a month and a half ago when we had this, it was a lot of the same discussions, a lot of the same people, and there's X amount of people for it and X amount of people against it. So there is no perfect solution to this. It's a complicated decision that no matter the outcome's going to have some happy and some not, and sometimes that's just the reality of being in those professional elected positions that you are. Most importantly, I want to tell you on behalf of myself and behalf of the chamber that wishing you guys Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. You're going to hear lots of ideas and opinions and even people attacking or supporting you, but when you walk away or drive out of the parking lot tonight, just know that you are appreciated for the work you do, not just for this decision tonight, because this is one of many. We forget that there's many other decisions you guys have made and will continue to make. So just know that you're appreciated. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Mitch, I do have a question. I just want to clarify. And I don't mean to put you on the spot. I think I understood, two things. One was that the ask is to make a decision and just make a decision. Okay, that's one. Am I correct in that?
Yes. And I said that a month and a half ago, and I maybe said it better. It was that a lot of times I would be coming to you, say, take more time and vet it. I've seen in this, in my personal opinion, that the more time is creating more division, and that nobody has come forth in any amount of time saying, here's a solution to this, or here's the answer that they have that has made sense to any of you or me to this point. So I'm just encouraging a sense of urgency and opportunity to make a decision at some point. It is almost split based on the last time we had this meeting and even tonight. So I don't know, again, somebody smarter than me can probably figure that out, but I don't know if more time helps in the process of the decision.
Thank you. And then my second question was, did I understand you at the beginning to say then, I know the Nampa Chamber was initially very split. Did the Nampa Chamber support this decision to convey, or are they opposing it?
Nampa Chamber Board and staff supports this decision conveyance. We have not done a full survey out to the membership, but the Nampa Chamber Board and staff support the decision of conveyance.
Okay. Thank you for letting me put you on the spot.
Yep. Mayor, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Randy Ryken, and on deck is Tammy Conabear and Jay Snyder.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Can I hand you a little packet that I have?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
We'll split it. How's that? Hopefully I've got it. Would this be right? There you go.
My name's Randy Ryken. I'm at 724 South Lancaster Drive in Nampa. And I handed that out because I'm not good at speaking in public. So I'm just going to read 5 questions that I had after reading an interview with President Jones. One, President Jones doesn't think the Fort Idaho Center is a perennial money pit. Why would we? Another one, why does Nampa net hundreds of thousands, or why doesn't Nampa net hundreds of thousands of dollars in annual upfront money by renegotiating with Oakview Group like President Jones suggests? And why can't the Fort Idaho Center qualify for Nampa Auditorium District funds for deferred maintenance while in Nampa City ownership, but it can if CWI ownership, based on his comment, that would be an option for them. Why doesn't CWI trade these 10 land parcels for the Ford Idaho Center instead of Nampa giving it away for free? And last, why does President Jones now consider raising taxes across a wide area or raising tuition? These are things he has said would not be done, but now consider them as an option. And that's all I ask tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Kit, okay, do
can
you have
I
a question?
follow up to that? Randy, thank you. Where did you read that President Jones said that he was going to raise tuition?
I figured that would come up, so on the top is a link to where you can find that interview.
Thank you.
So I would suggest that CWI provide response to this. If you need a copy of this, we could give you a copy of it because there's quite a few notes in here. Thank you. Okay.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Tammy Conabear, and on deck is Jay Steiner and Cheryl Higley.
My name is Tammy Conabear. I live at 16288 North Franklin Boulevard here in Nampa, Idaho. Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to begin by acknowledging that I previously did not support the conveyance of the Ford Idaho Center to CWI. My concerns were entirely based on the lack of information. We didn't have a definitive plan, we didn't have clear answers, and I didn't believe it was responsible to move forward without fully understanding the long-term implications to our city. Since that time, however, we have been given more clarity, more structure, and a much better picture of what the conveyance truly means. With that information, it has become clear that this decision is in the best interest of both the city and the broader community. The reality is that CWI has access to the funding mechanisms and financing options that the city simply does not have. These tools allow projects to move forward more efficiently and with greater financial flexibility. By transferring the Ford Idaho Center to CWI, we place it under an entity that can invest in its improvements, pursue the opportunities, and manage the long-term operations without increasing the financial burden to the city of Nampa. This isn't just about shifting responsibility. It's about positioning the entire community for a long-term financial stability. The conveyance helps safeguard the future of the facility while freeing the city from the constraints that limit growth and investment. So while I did oppose this action in the past, my support today reflects a better understanding of the plan and clear benefits it brings. Responsible decision-making means adjusting our positions when new information shows us a more effective path forward. For this reason, I support the conveyance and believe it will provide long-lasting advantage to our city and its residents. I would like also to thank Councilman Haverfield and Mayor Kling for their long-term service to the city of Nampa, and I wish you the best in your future endeavors.
Thank you so much. Council, do you have any questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Jay Steiner, and on deck is Cheryl Higley and Linda Steele.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Jay Snyder, 524 9th Avenue South, Nampa, Idaho. I'd like to start by stating for the record that I'm here tonight as a tax-paying citizen for Nampa for 43 years now. I'm not here representing any board, organization, or entity where I currently serve our community. I'm here simply as a resident who cares deeply about the future of our city and as a homeowner whose property value has increased by more than 800% in that same 43 years. I've witnessed firsthand how this community has grown, where we've invested wisely, and where we've fallen short. And my comments tonight are simply my opinion. So I want to speak in strong support of the conveyance of the Ford Idaho Center. For years, this facility has been one of our greatest community assets and a point of pride for Nampa. But the truth is that as a city, we've allowed it to age without giving it the resources it truly needed. Conveyance places the Idaho Center with an entity that has access to tools, funding mechanisms, and flexibility to invest in it, maintain it, and help it grow in ways that the city simply cannot. My frustration over the Ford Idaho Center, and the reason I feel so strongly about the conveyance, comes from an understanding of how we got here. For 43 years, I've been very vocal about the lack of forward-looking leadership from long-term and previous council members when it comes to budgeting. Too many councils have been more focused on re-election optics than on long-term responsibility. Instead of seriously considering the full 3% of an annual budget increase allowable by law, they refused it year after year to score political points. It might have looked good on a campaign flyer, but it left the city strapped for resources and forced department heads to do more with less, pushing critical maintenance further and further down the road. Those choices have consequences. Deferred maintenance doesn't go away. It becomes more expensive. And the Ford Idaho Center is a clear example of how political hesitation has cost taxpayers more, both financially and emotionally. As residents, we watched an asset we're proud of struggle because of inaction. I'm not in favor of deferring this decision for the reasons expressed here this evening, because we will be seating one new council member, not a whole new city council. Supporting conveyance is not about giving up on the Idaho Center. It's about finally making a responsible, forward-thinking decision. It ensures that this facility can thrive without relying on a city budget that has been restricted for years by decisions from both city councils and state representatives. This move is responsible, it's strategic, and it puts the Idaho Center and our entire city on a stronger path for the future, and that's why I support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions? Nope. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Cheryl Higley, and on deck is Linda Steele and Hubert Osborne.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm Cheryl Higley at 12441 South Abbott Downing Way. I've always heard that the mayor and council should remain impartial on an item that will be coming up for a vote. I remember regarding the general obligation transportation bond, Mayor Kling, you stated to the council that the role of the city is to educate, not to advocate. They could not advocate for that bond measure. Yet for the conveyance, Mayor Kling, you have definitely been an advocate from the get-go. In the city's text notification on July 2nd, when the idea was first rolled out, you stated, "This is a unique opportunity to begin a new chapter for this premier facility, building on the success of the Ford Idaho Center and taking it to the next level. If approved, transferring the public asset to CWI would maximize the facility's potential, enable it to continue hosting events, transform the surrounding area, and expand workforce training opportunities to meet the needs of employers. The benefits of this transition would be felt for generations, making Nampa an even more vibrant place to live, work, play, and grow." Your bias in favor of the conveyance was evident right from the start, and no other options were ever given serious consideration. The town hall at the Corral on July 15th again extolled all the benefits to the city and to CWI if the conveyance occurred. Originally, a public hearing and vote was to occur on August 11th, but sensing the opposition, it was delayed and more meetings were held. In August, there were 2 facilitated meetings. In Shannon McGuire's testimony summarizing both events, she stated that there was, quote, "strong sentiment to not give away this asset," end quote. And the public testimony at the packed listening town hall attested to that fact as well. However, all that input was dismissed when it came time for the public hearing on October 6th, because none of it was mentioned in the packet at all, but instead only the written and oral comment that was submitted specifically for that public hearing was taken into account, which may have led some to believe there was a 50-50 split regarding the conveyance. Some of the city council members seem to have forgotten all the feedback that they had received beforehand that was in opposition. Another thing of note is the rush to get the conveyance done, such as at the November 7th special council meeting, a document was emailed at 5 p.m. Thursday night to be voted on the next morning at 7:30 a.m. That for tonight's meeting, the agenda packet was over 2,000 pages long for people to review over Thanksgiving weekend. And tonight, the conveyance has the authorizations for the mayor to sign, various agreements, and the ordinance, which usually take 2 weeks after the vote. In closing, it saddens me, Mayor Kling, to see your term end with such a controversial decision. And I would urge you to table this decision for now and let
Madam
Greg
Mayor,
Kokovan
time.
take a fresh and objective look at it when he comes into office.
Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
clarification, Cheryl, as far as a 2,000-page packet, that's correct. I think it's 2018.
Yes.
400 to 500 pages is the Idaho Center issue that we're in right now. 1,500 pages had to do with a whole lot of other issues that were covered under our agenda. So I just don't want to leave that somehow tonight's hearing has such an enormous packet. I think your statement was a misleading statement to indicate that this packet is big because of the conveyance. And it's actually, yes, it is, but it's for several whole other reasons.
That's correct. It's for the whole meeting. So yes, I stand corrected. Only a portion of it was for this public hearing, but some of us try to, like myself, try to review the entire packet. And for all of you, I hope, review the entire packet too. And that's, I think, a unreasonable expectation over Thanksgiving weekend. That was my point.
But it didn't have the Idaho Center issue brought that about. Those other 1,500 pages had other issues. I'm just trying to say it's not this issue that
And many
packet.
of the documents in there are repeat documents that were in the prior document that had to be included as part of it. So, and that were online. So anyway, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Linda Steele, and on deck is Hubert Osborne and Doris Phillips.
Hi, my name is Linda Steele. I'm at 1219 South Spring Valley Drive in Nampa. Mayor and Council, I am adamantly opposed to gifting our Ford Idaho Center to CWI. The financial and budgetary concerns regarding the Ford Idaho Center deferred maintenance there's reasons the mayor has preached saying that gifting the Ford Idaho Center is permitted. Underutilization is topic number one. It has been stated that the Ford Idaho Center is underutilized based on the events there being ticketed and therefore making them private and not public events. Does this mean the city will or may gift the golf courses, the rec center, and the civic center? Would others, such as state parks, be subject to being given away as they have entrance fees? In regards to the financial, as quoted in the Idaho Press on July 3rd, 2025, quote unquote, Nampa Mayor Debbie Kling says the announcement to convey the Ford Idaho Center is not arising from the center being in poor financial standing. To the contrary, it's doing very well, making a profit of $1.2 million in 2022 and over $800,000 in 2023. Regarding the auditorium district, which is estimated to bring in approximately $1.2 million per year, the mayor has argued in the past that we cannot use auditorium district funds for maintaining the Ford Idaho Center. However, recently in Ed News, and I know you now have the link, the Ed News interview, President Jones of CWI stated that he could qualify for the funds through the Nampa Auditorium District. And he stated he could raise property taxes. What a guy. The marketing advertisement for the voter support for the Auditorium District stated in writing that the funds would be used to the cost of repair, maintain, and update the Ford Idaho Center and the Nampa Civic Center. Also quoted by Isabel Belbeo, this is an incredible opportunity for Nampa residents to cover the needed infrastructure, maintenance, and repairs of our two public facilities. Quoting Jeff Egenbrod, Idaho Statesman, March 21st, 2024. He stated that the district would save the Nampa taxpayers dollars that would normally go to fund and upkeep repairs at the event centers. The auditorium district reads that it is pursuant to Chapter 49 of Title 67 of the Idaho Code. The code clearly states that the funds can be used to maintain the facilities. If the auditorium district funds are not permitted toward maintaining the events of the center, we might be discussing gross public misunderstanding. The Nampa taxpayers have spent an enormous amount of money supporting the Ford Idaho Center in the past. It is our asset, and we now have the avenues to support it. It is not fair to steal it away from us with no ROI. Please vote no, no, no to conveying the Ford Idaho Center to CWI. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Hubert Osborne, and on deck is Doris Phillips and Kenny Roten.
Good evening. Hubert Osborne, 4199 East Switzer Way. We've gone on long enough. I can see your eyes glazed over and no questions. You seem to think you have all the answers, and I don't know who's winning at tic-tac-toe while your heads are hanging down. You've heard many of the arguments, both pro and con, for the conveyance of the Idaho Center. The public has weighed in with their opinions at more than one public discourse. The voting public has overwhelmingly expressed their opinion that convenience should not occur through the recent city elections. Let me read that again. The voting public has overwhelmingly expressed their opinion that conveyance should not occur through recent city elections. So let's call a spade a spade. The conveyance of the Idaho Center as proposed is legalized theft, aided by an attorney whose opinions are suspect, to say the least. I urge members of the council and mayor to vote against the legalized theft of a portion of my property. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Doris Phillips, and on deck is Kenny Roten and David Allison.
Good evening, City Council people. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. And
Could you please state your
Pardon me?
name and address, please?
Doris Phillips, 220 South Ivy Street, Nampa, Idaho, 83686.
Thank you.
So as a citizen of Nampa, I am strongly opposed to the proposal of conveyance of the Ford Idaho Center to CWI for the following reasons. I question the statement that the Ford Idaho Center is underutilized and not for public purposes. For many years, the management companies did not do a good job, and it lost money year after year. That has been turned around in the last couple of years, and it is not totally taken care of, as it wouldn't be if any of us were that far in debt and had to start working our way out. However, it has gone in a very positive direction, and so I don't believe that calling it underutilized and not for public purposes really fits the bill. There are public events that take place there, ticketed or not, they still are public. So, so I have no reason to believe that we couldn't continue to have the Ford Idaho Center make a profit and to start turning things around. And the current proposed contract provides very little exchange for what I see as a valuable asset. I've spoken with many people in Nampa regarding this issue, and the majority are not in favor of this conveyance. So I hope that you'll take that into consideration. The deferred maintenance It doesn't all have to be done 1 year. It sounds like a humongous amount, but it isn't all at once. So there are things that could be taken care of now, and as time goes on and it continues to be profitable, then those things could be taken care of. I agree with many of the things that Victor Miller and Stuart Heineman said. This issue is not emergent, and it could wait until the new mayor and council take place. New mayor focused on being data-driven, and I think that that would help in making a good decision and helping guide the city council. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Kenny Roten, and on deck is David Allison and Ivan Castillo.
Hello, Kenny Roten, 4537 East Tuscany Avenue, Napa, Idaho, 83686. I am representing the Venue Management Advisory Commission, as well as a citizen, if I get to it in time. You should have had a letter in your packets. I hope that you all got that. And if not, I do want to share it with you if you haven't seen it. And it had been probably updated a little amended just because of the dates and things that were on it. But the City of Nampa Venue Management Advisory Commission, the commission, met and having a quorum did vote unanimously by those in attendance, as time is of the essence, to provide a letter of support with regard to the conveyance of the property owned by the City of Nampa, sorry, technical difficulties. We'll get there. By the City of Nampa, known as the Fort Idaho Center, to the College of Western Idaho. The commission, having been duly created by the city under Chapter 14, Sections 2-14-1 through 214-4, and related ordinance, is charged with, quote, advising the mayor and council in directing the affairs of the Idaho Center. Its powers and duties are also, quote, to advise the mayor and council with regard to operation, maintenance, and improvement of the Fort Idaho Center. The commission recognizes that the current city mayor and council members have knowledge and interest in accomplishing the requirements to move this conveyance forward with expediency. Stakeholders, including but not limited to the citizens of Nampa, CWI, OBG, Management, Snake River Stampede Board, Horse Park Foundation and Board, Nampa Auditorium District et al., shall benefit from a timely and directive decision. Having discussed the proposed city conveyance of said property and whatever agreements, contractual obligations, restrictions, understandings et al., that the mayor and city council put forth in the best interest of the city of Nampa, shall have the support of the commission to convey through whichever legal and binding operation and or vote that is necessary. Chairman Kenny Roten. And it was unanimous other than one person that was absent. Now, as a citizen, well, I was born here 60 years, so wish I could have got here sooner. But, I've put a lot personally into the Fort Idaho Center, and I hope that it's not the city of Nampa that is restricting its potential. We can see what the CWI has done in half the time.
Madam Mayor, time.
There you go.
Thank you. Following the rules I set for everyone else. There we go. But thank you for coming.
Sorry for the technical
Appreciate it.
difficulties. We should have that in your packet. I'd stand for questions if anybody has any.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is David Allison, and on deck is Ivan Castillo and Estela Rosales.
David Allison here. Is David Allison here? Okay, thank you very much.
David Allison is opposed.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Yvonne. Yvonne's next, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Buenas noches, good evening. Ivan Castillo, 2115 West Habitat Street in Nampa, Idaho, 83651. Madam Chair, City Council, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity. Once again, I've been a citizen of this great city and state for just about 30 years, and I am here in the capacity of just a concerned citizen. I also a little biased in the sense that I'm past president for the CWI Foundation Board. So I have put my time and effort in making sure. And one of the biggest things that we used to say, or at least personally, is that we have the opportunity to become the architects of our future in our communities. And CWI has displayed that kind of leadership in making sure that we actually make the strides to make this the great community we are. We also understand that you guys are up for a huge challenge. There's exponential growth and everything. I don't think the question right now is to say whether the public is winning or not today. I think what we are here to do is to let you know that CWI doesn't happen to be anything else than another partner of the city of making sure that we will take this and run with it and making sure that we'll take good stewardship and make it happen. We've heard also in my last comments, I mentioned about noise and we talked about signal. And I think from the signal standpoints, I will tell you that this CWI is an entity that has come and overcome so many obstacles, and yet we were able to solve them and make it happen. So if that's not a good precedent to show you guys that we are the obvious choice, I don't think there's anything out there. If you sell to public like a private entity, then you don't have no control over it. So right here, you give the opportunity to allow the public to still win, not raise taxes, be able to make a difference. I also noticed that there was a couple of other things that were mentioned. This is a trustee effort for CWI, which means that our voters have the ability to still have the ability to be involved in who's going to be a trustee. And for the record, it is my understanding that 2 of them, they're actually for Canyon County. Okay, good. So I just want to make sure that we set the record straight with that. 2 of them in Canyon County, the ones from Ada County, but again, we all will have the opportunity to make sure that we make and we choose who the leadership is going to be moving it forward. So what else do I have? Thank you. Thank you so much. I know this is not easy. I know that, when we think about, at the end in mind and understanding that public is the reason why we're here. I am a concerned citizen. I will tell you that I think we're in good hands if we decide to do this and move it forward. I also want to take the second, I have 22 seconds to thank you for your leadership. It's not easy, right? You're in the middle of the fire, and sometimes it might be even friendly fire, but thank you so much for your leadership. Same for the whole council. And Randy, you're not going to be here anymore, but I do appreciate it. Sometimes we agree and we don't agree on the subjects, but nonetheless, we have to understand that we're all in this together, and I appreciate you as well. So. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Estella Rosales, and on deck is Mark Mitchell and Curtis Homer. Has Estella left?
Okay.
Okay, she was in support.
Okay. What was her name again?
Estella Rosales.
Thank you.
Oh, you started. Mark Mitchell, 12355 Landau Way, Nampa, Idaho 83686. Been a long-time citizen in Nampa. In fact, Nampa Bulldog, go Bulldogs, graduated from here when there was only one high school. I think the biggest things that I've heard tonight is about you as council members. You are voted in, and you're not voted in for your personal opinion. You're voted in, I feel like, that you'll represent us well. I hope you don't have special interests with certain people or groups, because that'd be a detriment to the community. At the very beginning, we talked about it. There's been a $32,000 net profit, yet there's needed repair or replace of $750,000, so a negative $718,000. That's for year 2025. If we go back over the years, for the 20 years, Nampa is in the red with the Idaho Center. There's been a few years we've made profits, yes, but as a whole, we are in the red. So the $33 million we've got invested, it's actually more than that. The conveyance to CWI would be phenomenal. I think of the opportunities you could go with a new venue management program. You could go with venue or HVAC live or electrical live, lighting, all kinds of events, new opportunities for our students, even probably some employment for some of the students at a venue or events. I think the one thing was said today that Jerry Jones makes money. He does not make money off the stadium. He makes money off the Dallas Cowboys. That's where the money's at. I do understand that some people feel most people disagree with this when they hear about it. And I can agree with that because at first I wondered. But I will tell you this. The people that I have spoke with that understand the costs that is costing us as a city and that can bang it to CWI, that will relieve our tax burden and allow us to put maybe possible taxes towards some infrastructure or road maintenance, they're on for conveying it to CWI. The positives just way outweigh it. I think the biggest thing is please take the emotion out of this vote. We're all proud of that center, but take it out. Look at the black and white. Don't put emotion into it. When the place is empty, there's no income. It's cost you every day. If there's not an event or cars in that parking lot, it's costing you money. There's no income coming in. And I'm going to be short. There have been 2 semi-basketball teams there, and there's been 2 semi-pro arena football. They both failed. There's been 2
Madam
of them.
Mayor,
I've lived here
time.
long enough. Anyway, Madam Mayor, thank you so much, Ms. Kling, Madam Mayor, for your service. And Randy, I know we agree and disagree, but I think the world of you, buddy. I've watched you do things that I really appreciate you've brought to attention. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Curtis Homer, and on deck is Brian Crookham and Steve Tester.
Been a long evening. We're not done yet, but my name's Curtis Homer, 14316 Inspiration Place here in Nampa. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for this opportunity to discuss this future of the Fort Idaho Center. Thanks for each person here and for caring about this important part of our city. I am not representing the Snake River Stampede, but I got a free shirt, so I wore it. Or the Ford Horse Park Foundation. The information I offer is from me. I've been a resident of Nampa for over 40 years. I'm a retired chief of police and a former city council member, of which I'm still recovering. I will start by stating that I have watched the development of the Fort Idaho Center. Most of the buildings and businesses have grown since 1995. Not all of the years have produced the outcome that was hoped for in profits for the city of Nampa and our citizens. But this center has generated millions of dollars each year for our businesses and provided a place where we have attended many great events, graduations, and so forth of our young people. I have seen so many volunteers work every year, donate their time and money to make this center one of the best in our city as well as the Northwest. Our city has grown from 28,000 people when I first moved here to over 120,000 now. I have been a part of the city's attempts to keep up with the growth, the attempts each year to provide infrastructure needed to provide our citizens. Each year, groups like Snake River Stampede, the Horse Park Foundation, as well as many others, provide funds to maintain the center because the city didn't have the money to do it. These funds are used for capital improvements that the city wasn't able to provide unless taxes wouldn't be raised, which would affect all of us. I do know that in my time sitting in budget hearings and watching the city staff and leaders try to make ends meet, there comes a time when we must try something different to provide for our citizens. This center is very important for the future of the city. If you look at the years that it has shown a profit, there's been only a few times that we made any headway at all. The past few years, excuse me, we have been fortunate enough to have a management company that can lead us that way. Thank you to Andrew Luther and his staff for that. If you look at the grounds around the center, the weeds, the condition of fencing, this is provided by the Parks Department. No dicks on them, but they just don't have the money to provide it for us. then compare it to the condition of CWI campus, I see a major difference, and you will too. That is due to CWI having the means to maintain their campus that the city can't provide. So in your discussion tonight, your decision tonight, you'll make a decision that will affect the community, our citizens, and the young people for many years. We must always look for ways to go forward and not just sit back and watch things fail.
Madam Mayor,
We
time.
have to act now.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting so long.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Brian Crookham, and on deck is Steve Tester and Nick Miller.
Brian wasn't able to make it tonight. I'm here. Steve Tester. I'm representing the Snake River Stampede Board. We couldn't ask Curtis to do it. I don't think he could figure it out. So they passed it on to me. I'm younger than him. Our address is 16114 North Idaho Center Boulevard. I began working in downtown Napa in 1975, so I was there 50 years ago. In 1976, they roped me out of my desk, the Snake River Stampede Board, and made me a director. So I'll be hitting 50 years as a director on the board this coming summer, if I make it that far. God willing, I hope. Before I get started, I want to thank the city of Napa for totally honoring our longstanding agreement you've had with the Snake River Stampede. It's been a remarkable relationship. It goes back way before my time, way back to 1915, and City of Napa has been instrumental in the success of Snake River Stampede. In 1992, we got together after we analyzed that the Snake River Stampede facility on Garrity Boulevard, called the Green Queen, was no longer suited for holding 10,000 people without falling down one night. So we decided we needed to figure a way to get out of there and build a new arena. We started looking around and came up with the idea of working with the city of Napa again, and decided to deed our 23-acre property on Garrity Boulevard, which, just by the way, presently holds the Hispanic Cultural Center, Boys and Girls Club, American Legion Baseball, Pipeco, and the senior and the Snake River Elementary School sites. So it became well used, that 23 acres that we had gifted the city of Napa, as well as we gifted $200,000 from our savings account to help start the fundamental and foundational investment into one of Napa's gems, of course, is the Fort Idaho Center. Since that inception time in 1992, we've calculated we invested over $8 million in the Fort Idaho Center, and we intend to continue to want to invest the same amount, hopefully someday, and as we go forward. Our partnership and use of this world-class facility is a key component of our ability to be one of the largest rodeos in the United States and the world. In our 110 years, we've grown from a small little rodeo to a top 10 rodeo in the United States. And one of that has to do with our relationship with Andrew Luther we've talked about tonight, and his great help with us putting our rodeo on every year. Several months ago, the city informed the Stampede that it could no longer fund deferred maintenance or improvements to the Idaho Center now or into the future. That's what we were told, and we understood that because it was originally funded by the North Napa Urban Renewal Agency. I happen to be chairman of that for 10 years.
Madam Mayor, time.
I'm out of time. Anyway, thanks a lot for your help. And
I would like to ask a question. And Council, do you have any questions first? I think the question I have, I want to, just as I asked Mitch Minetti, so is the Snake River Stampede Rodeo in support of the conveyance?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. The whole board unanimously approves that.
Okay, so it's a unanimous. And do you guys feel comfortable with the agreement that you've entered into and where we are?
Absolutely. We've worked very extensively with the folks at CWI and feel very comfortable that we have, with our attorneys on both sides, three-way attorneys involved, that we have all of our agreements intact going from the city of Nampa to the CWI. We're very comfortable and ready to go on for another 110 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service, too.
Sure.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, our final speaker is Nick Miller.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Nick Miller, I'm here on behalf of CWI, which is located at 5500 East Opportunity Drive here in Nampa. First, I would just like to say that President Jones, along with College of Western Idaho, unequivocally do not plan to raise tuition or property taxes in support of the Ford Idaho Center. If in the future another president would even attempt to do that, it would require board approval for tuition, and property taxes would require a vote of both Ada and Canyon County. So if that were even an idea that floated into someone's head, it requires two steps beyond just a president with the wave of a wand to do those things. So that was just a clarification I wanted to make in response to the earlier comments. What I wanted to touch on in my comments is really why CWI. You could convey this to any entity as was referenced. And it might sound odd coming from an educational institution, but I think of it as when 1 + 1 makes 3. It's instead of just putting two things together and getting two out of it, you think about what can you do to distinguish this property, this facility from its competitors. You heard OBG talk about it earlier. And at CWI, we're going to focus on academic activation. So we will bring applied learning opportunities. It could be a venue management program. It could be the equine science program. It could be things where students come into this venue and actually get to work and earn while they learn. It's also because we have a proven track record of doing things like this. If you look at our location in Boise, we've entered into a public-private partnership there that generates lease revenue for the college. So CWI is well positioned to take this facility and really make it work. We have the tools with our foundation, and we're an organization that is nimble. You'll also see that higher education institutions commonly do this across the country, oftentimes in partnership with Oakview Group. So in short, the college feels very confident that if the city council were to convey this property, and if our board were to approve it, that we could really make this work, not only for the benefit of CWI and our students, but ultimately for the benefit of Nampa. And we think it would integrate our organizations even further, make CWI an even more central part of the city of Nampa. And we appreciate the confidence that you've shown in us, even by bringing this idea forward. So with that, I'll stop, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. So, Council, do you have some questions? I do have, if I can find my notes here. There were some questions that came forward a little bit ago that were a little bit concerning, and I think maybe they got answered. One of the questions, and I just want to clarify, the Nampa citizens have the opportunity to vote on all trustee positions. Is that correct?
Correct. Our locally elected board of 5 board of trustees each have districts where they reside in. However, both Ada and Canyon County vote for all 5 trustees. So it's unlike, for example, if you live in a city council district, you only vote for that council member. That's not how it works for our trustees districts. If you live in Caldwell, you still vote for the trustee who's elected from the district in Boise, for example.
Thank you. There was a comment earlier, and I'm just curious, it's a fact check. The meeting I was in earlier today, it was just interesting. It actually came up that CWI, that Canyon County carried that. Did anyone look up the votes? They did not. They did not. Okay, so Stuart, you're correct. It was an incorrect statement earlier today. Okay, thank you. It's just nice to know if it's correct or incorrect. So, thank you. Are there any other questions that need to be clarified from CWI? No? Okay. Nick, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes our public hearing this evening. So at this time, I don't know if we want to close. I'm going to defer to council. Do you want to close public hearing at this time?
I think so.
Okay, I would stand for a motion.
So moved. Second?
It's been moved and seconded to close public hearing. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. So this is an opportunity for council discussion. One thing that I have suggested is that each council member be given an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes, just to share their thoughts. I think you could certainly ask each other questions if you have questions of each other. So, and this is the typical process that we do, and that is council discussion and then a motion at some point. So this gives everybody equal opportunity to share. So, pardon? Which way do we want to start? Shall we put Victor first or Randy first? These guys are pointing to you, Victor. Isn't that fun? Yeah. This end of the bench pointed that you get to go first. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. It's been very informative. The last 6-7 months has been very informative as well. But I'm going to come at you with a different perspective today. Several months ago, I was at the second hole at Ridgecrest Golf Course, which overlooks the Fort Idaho Center. I stared at it for several minutes, thinking. And what came up in my mind was the reality of what to do with it. Sell it, lease, convey, or keep it. I got sad thinking we might lose it by conveying it to CWI and what it would become in the next following years. My questions were, what's the best plan? What's the best direction for us? Well, about that time, my golfing buddy told me it was time for me to hit. But how many times have you all driven by and thought the same thing, wondering what was the best direction for us regarding the Fort Idaho Center? If you're Napa City Councilman, my priority is reducing your tax burden and at the same time ensuring that to protect your family and property and supplying your home with the city services that you pay for. Is conveying the Fort Idaho Center to CWI a viable option for reducing taxes? According to the documents enclosed in the council packet, the city would return approximately $718,000 a year back to the budget. Would that deduction reduce the taxes you pay? Or would it be used for other projects such as infrastructure, public safety, growth, or street management? The city will transfer about $5 million from the Fort Idaho Center Fund Reserve to its budget. I don't know if that's an accurate number. But the next question, will CWI increase taxes to facilitate the Fort Idaho Center? I guess only time will tell. So thank you, Nick, for clarifying that it could. At the present time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm against gifting the Fort Idaho Center to CWI. Ultimately, it's the city of Napa's property made up of the taxpayers. So you should be able to decide by ballot, regardless of the turnout. But one question that keeps me awake at night is, can the Napa taxpayers who have vested in the Fort Idaho Center, which will later include Ada and Canyon County taxpayers, overcome the net gain of land and buildings to CWI if it's conveyed? Ladies and gentlemen, I guess time will tell. Thank you.
I'll just comment. Thank you, Victor. You did good because I think you did it right at 3 minutes. And I forgot to mention that we're going to try to keep council to 3 minutes also. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to be honest, when we were approaching this, I was not looking forward to this public hearing, but I'm very grateful because hearing the balance of voices that we heard tonight is the perspective that we've been getting throughout this whole process, but consistently we've been told that we are not listening because it's always been one voice coming. So hearing the balance tonight just brought so much peace to me, but I just want to say that this isn't about walking away from an asset that we love, it's about securing its future. And I think this is a great opportunity, and after reviewing facts and the finances and long-term needs for the community, I still remain firmly in support of conveying the Idaho Center to CWI.
Mayor, I don't have any comments.
No comments tonight? Okay. Councilman Reynolds. I'll go last. I'll let council go.
So I just want to start out by saying the one comment Vic Miller said about the free events, the Chosen and the God and Country. I sat on the God and Country board for 10 years. Every year we wrote a big check to the Fort Idaho Center, specifically OVG. It wasn't free. It's still not free. That's why God and Country Festival is struggling to make it, because they have to write a big check to the Fort Idaho Center to rent that venue so that they can get a free event to the public. And they do that through, they write the check through sponsorships for that event. I'm sure the Chosen promoter had to pay for it as well. And then it's sad to me that the divisiveness of this whole thing and the comments I hear, what I see through all this is that the 90% truth has divided us. I encourage each one of you to seek the truth. We've had the truth spoken from here. We've put it out on the website. We've put it out in public meetings. And I encourage each one of you to seek the truth. The 90% truth is what caused the divisiveness and the problem that we have today. And lastly, I just want to say that it's not my job as a councilman to make you happy. And I know that sounds harsh. That job is Jesus's job, or your therapist, or maybe both. But it is my job to make you successful as Nampa citizens and the city of Nampa successful. So with that in mind, the decisions that I make are to make city of Nampa citizens and the city of Nampa successful. It's not to make you happy.
Thank you, Mayor. I jotted down my thoughts this morning as I thought about tonight's meeting, so it's brief. I'll just read what I wrote. With all due respect to the current city council members and mayor, I would request that you please consider postponing any decision on the conveyance of the Fort Idaho Center until after the new mayor and city council members are seated in January of 2026. This topic has generated tremendous interest, debate, and division in our community, and even on this current council. As my time as a city council member is drawing to a close, I would offer the leadership advice given to us several years ago by the legendary basketball coach, John Wooden, the 10-time NCAA national champion of the UCLA Bruins. He developed the concept of the pyramid of success, outlining the building blocks needed to form the basis of productive individual and community relationships. Coach Wooden focused on the servant leadership principles of communication, integrity, accountability, empowerment, adaptability, compassion, courage, strategic thinking, resilience, and humility. From an architectural perspective, when I design a new building, I know the first thing to be determined is the ability of the ground to support the proposed structure. A soils report is prepared to provide trust that the ground will support the foundations and weight of the building. To borrow this analogy, in my opinion, the first thing that should have been provided to the community was open communication about this proposed conveyance, listing the reasons for the transfer and any perceived benefits in order to gauge community support, confidence, and trust in the idea from a grassroots perspective. On the contrary, the communication of the conveyance idea to the public came after a decision was crafted behind closed doors. That led to mistrust of our local elected officials, allegations of abuse of authority, and the subsequent preemptive measures to avoid prosecution. My preference would be to allow the conveyance decision to be placed on the ballot as a non-binding advisory vote by the citizens of Nampa in 2026. This vote would give the City Council a true and accurate reflection of the will of the community. Finally, my reasons not to support the conveyance are based on the following, and again, these are my opinions. Idaho State Statute 50-1401 key requirements. Is the property underutilized? No. Better utilized is not underutilized. Is the property used for public purposes? Yes, just like the rec and civic centers are. Was a declaration of value of the property provided? No. The Jacobs report is not an independent or non-biased report, nor is it a declaration of value. I'm sorry, that's just my opinion. And again, I'm a lame duck, so take it for what it's worth.
Thank you. Councilman Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor. And I apologize for the raspiness in my voice. I got ill this week and just getting over that. So for considering my thoughts and what I'm trying to ponder right now, we've heard a lot of comment tonight. And it's interesting, some of the perspectives that I've been taking, I think the words of wisdom that we've heard are very strong and true. And they've actually pulled me the opposite of what ultimately was the goal of some members that spoke and pulled me the other direction of others. And one that stuck out to me was Mark's comments. And he said that we're elected to not dabble in emotion, but to move forward in what's in the best interest of those that we serve and are elected by. When we made this vote originally, over a month ago, I tossed and turned and hemmed and hawed and had a very difficult time deciding what would be right and true and of the best interest of all Nampa residents. And we didn't have the opportunity to take a discretionary poll in this most recent election, but we did get to see the outcome of the election. And for many of the individuals that came out on top, one of the hot topics of discussion was the Fort Idaho Center. And that's what also gives me pause. Not because I believe it's politically advantageous. I think this is a loser either way we cut it. No matter how we vote in the direction that we go, I know I'm going to be receiving a few calls and texts giving me applause and a few calls and texts saying you should have done better or you should have done differently. I know we all are trying to weigh that on what is best for the community as a whole and the constituents that we represent. It's difficult for me as well. My interest does lie in that. And as an elected council member, obviously, I am a part of a council of 6 to make sure that the city, its assets, its liabilities, its employees are taken care of for the benefit of the community. So I have to weigh how do the decisions that I'm currently making affect the city and its ability to be able to be of service to its constituents. Funding's always been a topic of discussion and an issue. It was a hot topic in this budget cycle, of which I voted no and foregone because it's such an issue. We need to find ways to cut, and we've cut significant amounts to be able to get to where we're at now, and we still are taking increases. I raised issue about golf course fees and rec center fees for the same issue. I know I'm going over my 3 minutes, so I apologize. I'll wrap it up. The thing that I'm struggling with at this point, does the world end tonight if we vote one direction or the other, if we retain or convey? And the answer's overwhelmingly been no. Because I've been prayerful in this whole process I've had peace knowing that either way, we have good leaders that are sitting in seats, and we soon have future leaders taking over those seats. So whether we retain it, we'll have to figure out what we do moving forward, and we'll do so. If we convey, there are leaders in CWI that'll take care of the asset and make sure its interests are taken care of. But this is in my mind, a 50-50 issue. And I'm still sitting in a very difficult position. So I'll wrap up there.
So with that, what is the will of council?
Madam Mayor?
One quick question, Mayor.
Yes, we just,
Are we? Oh,
Go
I
ahead.
see on the screen now, we're doing 841 through 848. And taking all those at once, it's not going to be parsed out.
well, we are not taking them all at once. And so right now, the first thing that we're going to start with would be a motion. How do we want to move forward? And then we will go from there in how we move forward. Would that be correct?
That's right, Mayor.
Okay.
I'm happy to address it. We're at that point of the meeting where now it gets into some of the logistics. What you're going to have here on your screen is a distinct slide with motion language proposed here. It follows what you see here in your packet. There's a couple items I'll explain. There's a little different tweak. I'll explain it when we get there. But for the first item, this is the threshold question. Are you going to convey it? And the way the Idaho law reads is that the city conveys it via ordinance. So that's why there's language in here that talks about approving the first reading of the ordinance, authorizing it.
We just need to, did we close public hearing? Yes, we did. Yeah, I thought we did. So, so many times we don't go straight to the reading of the ordinance. We make a vote on whether we're going to convey or not convey. And then we go into the reading. This action item would be, if we choose to convey, this would be next. So I think right now the question is there a motion on the table on whether to convey or not to convey? That will be the very first step.
Madam
Yes.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion to convey the Fort Idaho Center to CWI. Is it 841?
And then I guess with that, then you would say,
You want
and
me to
then
read
to
that?
approve, yeah, if you choose to.
I move to approve the first reading of the ordinance authorizing the conveyance of real property owned by the city of Nampa located at 16114 North Idaho Center Boulevard, Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and commonly known as the Fort Idaho Center, to the College of Western Idaho, a tax-supported governmental unit, reaffirming the real property owned by the city is underutilized and/or not used for public purposes, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, providing an effective date, providing a severability clause, and providing for a waiver of the reading rules.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm just flipping through my pages here on the packet, and one question that I did not have answered, maybe I missed it. What is our current fund balance that we'll be receiving back? I know it says approximately $5 million. Do we know what that number is at this point?
I'll let Doug Racine answer that question.
Certainly. Mayor, Counselor, the reconciliation provided to us by the accounting staff at the Fort Idaho Center indicated that as of 10/1, the balance in the account owed to the city was approximately $5.3 million.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that again?
The balance owed to the city, or the fund balance in the account related to the city as of 10/1 was approximately $5.3 million.
Okay. Thank you. I realize that typically, I look at my my agenda, and it did not have the comment request to pass under suspension of rules. So your motion should carry that. It's requested to pass under suspension of rules.
And I requested this pass under suspension of rules.
And it's a second? Okay. Is there any other discussion? before we move in? Okay, that's right. Thank you. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, authorizing the conveyance of said property pursuant to Idaho Code Section 50-14034, based on the City of Nampa's determination that certain real property commonly known as the Fort of Idaho Center, located in Canyon County, Idaho, as described in Exhibit A attached hereto, is underutilized and is not used for public purposes, declaring that it is in the best interest of the city to convey said real property to the College of Western Idaho, a tax-supported governmental unit without monetary consideration, providing for recordation and publication, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of this ordinance with the Canyon County, State of Idaho.
Motion and second has been made, so let's roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it's a tie.
Thank you. Okay, so now it's my turn to talk. So, coming into this, I've really pondered whether I'm going to break a tie or not break a tie today, because it all lands right here. And so I'll share for a couple minutes. Wow, there's so much that I could go through. So my answer is yes, I'm going to break the ties, just so everybody can breathe now. And then my explanation on that is, as I listen tonight, part of me doesn't want to break the tie. I want to hand it to the next group. And the reason I do kind of is that Rick is not here. And Rick, are you there? Where are you? There you are. I'm kind of mad at you. But we keep saying we want to hand it to the next group. And I guess my question is why? And the next group is the same council. The votes wouldn't change, right? I think you're just hoping that Rick breaks the tie. I think that's where we go. So either way, it's similar. It's the same thing. It's the same group sitting here. And so having served this community longer than 8 years, I've served this community a long time. What I've listened to is that it's a cherished community asset, that we have the opportunity to greater activate this property. I will say the one consistent thing that I have been for 8 years is that every decision I make is based on what is in the best interest of the next generation. The best interest of the next generation is that our kids have a hope and a future. CWI provides that, and we have great opportunity ahead of us with the College of Western Idaho, with our kids having the opportunity to activate, which they can do on that campus, I believe greater than we can, with the sports and the different activities, the student activities that are going to come with this. If we can increase our go-on rate with our kids, if we can give our kids a hope and a future, that's exactly where we need to be. I'm restating the commitment to no tuition increase. There was a discussion about fiscal responsibility, and I just want to say $310 million budget. You have to look at property tax budget versus what the total tax budget is. It's not taxes, that's grants and federal funding that we're going after to improve infrastructure in the city. You have to understand how the budget works. I tell you, one thing that really helped sway me was the testimony from Robin Knight as a veterinarian and talking about the ag focus and who we are here in Canyon County and the opportunity with the ag science program and aligning with the CWI mission, and the comment that education changes lives and that Nampa is going to be stronger for the next generation to come. I think for the commitment that CWI has made both to the Snake River Stampede Rodeo and to the horse park for the continuation is so critical. One thing that I have found is that over these 8 years that I've been sitting here is that the political motivations to get reelected, I see it in lots of different levels, but what we say and do to get reelected, it's sad what we have not invested because we haven't invested. We also have a very tight budget coming. we need to get out of the place where the future of our community, the health and the vision for our community is not based on an election and whether you're going to get elected or not elected. I truly believe that the College of Western Idaho gets us out of that, because you have trustees that are not vying for elections like we are sitting here at the bench many times. So I appreciate the academic activation. I've written a ton of notes, and I won't go through them all. But I truly believe that this is in the best interest of the community of Nampa, and it's the right thing for our community. And I also know that we're walking into some very, very tight budget years. I listened to Mike Pena share that you guys have a commitment to, was it 24? I don't know where Mike went. I'm missing him. Oh, there you are at the back. I can't remember if it was 24 or 28 million that you have committed right now. I think it's 24 million today. Which is great. That's not something the city does. And what we talked about early on was, what is the role of the city? It's to provide public safety. It's to provide roads and infrastructure. It isn't necessarily to be in the entertainment business. And I truly believe that. And so I trust CWI and the direction that they're going. I think it's going to be good for our students, and I think it's going to be good for the city of Nampa. And I know it disappoints a lot of people, and who knows what will happen from here, because I've listened to some of the threats. I think that's very unfortunate. I think it's unfortunate if we don't necessarily agree with the decision that we have to blame someone and say someone did something wrong, because there hasn't been anything that has been done wrong, that anybody's intentionally done. What we're trying to do is make good decisions for the future of our community. So there's my yes vote.
Madam Mayor, then that is a 4-3 motion carries.
Okay. Okay, Clay, take us to what's next. Who wants to?
Mayor, I'll take that.
Okay.
So now, with that threshold question addressed, the next items are in order, what I think would be the reasonable order. First here is the use agreement between the City of Nampa and the College of Western Idaho. Some things about this, really quickly, it would survive closing, which is important. It doesn't die when the conveyance happens. It contains in there the representations from CWI. Some are in the event of, and others are binding. It's been in your packet, and I would stand for any questions on that before a vote is taken.
Are there any questions to Preston on this particular action item? Okay.
Madam Mayor, I move to authorize mayor to sign the use agreement between the City of Nampa and the College of Western Idaho regarding the Fort Idaho Center.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Coverfield.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, tie.
It'll be yes. I want to say something, too, that I didn't say a minute ago as I looked at the numbers. We had 19 people here speak in support. We had 15 that opposed. We also had 25 people that signed a petition. We also had the entire Snake River Stampede Board. We had the entire Venue Management Commission. And we had the CWI Foundation Board. We had, and the Horse Park Board. So I just want to say real quickly, the number of people that were here representing a very broad section of our community, a broad section, far outweighed the smaller opposition group that were all together. It was a very broad group, and I just want to make sure that that's of record. Okay.
Madam Mayor, the vote is 4-3, motion carries.
Okay. The next action item is 843. It's to authorize the mayor to sign the conveyance and acquisition use agreement with the College of Western Idaho.
Again, very quickly here, this is akin to what you'd see in a purchase and sale agreement, or this was a conveyance. That's why the naming is different, but essentially think of it like that. Going to the prior item in this and others, don't let the length of it be misleading. If it may seem short to you, know that there's been countless hours poured in by many members that have testified here tonight. The conveyance agreement also has provisions that will survive closing. That is very important. It includes the reversionary right. And if you remember, this was something that was part of the negotiations with CWI, that if they were to abandon the property or convey title to it or sell it without the city's written consent, that there would be a reversionary right. And that is a very powerful remedy for a city to have. And that will be reflected again in a later motion, but it is captured here and it will survive closing. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay.
Mayor, I move that we approve action item
I would-
84-3.
And read it right off of there.
I move to authorize mayor to sign the conveyance and acquisition use agreement with the College of Western Idaho.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, a tie.
Yes.
That makes it 4-3, motion carries.
The next action item is 844, and it's to authorize the mayor to sign the special warranty deed with the College of Western Idaho. Do we have any questions on the warranty deed?
It does call out, we're reserving certain water rights that are staying with the city. Our engineers identified those, so we're not giving those away. It has a reversionary right explicitly put in there again, so that'll be recorded and as a record. It contains other protections to the city. I'll stand for any other questions.
Are there any questions? Okay, roll call.
We need a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor, I move to authorize mayor to sign the special warranty deed with the College of Western Idaho.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, a tie.
Yes.
That makes it 4-3, motion carries.
845 is to authorize the mayor to sign the assignment and amendment Oakview Group Management Agreement between the City of Nampa and College of Western Idaho regarding the Fort Idaho Center in substantially the form presented to the council at this meeting with such changes, omissions, insertions, and revisions as approved by the city attorney that are necessary to effectuate the agreement presented at this meeting. I'm sorry, that's the action item that I just read. So
So
we
moved.
would need a motion.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
No.
Haverfield. Griffin.
No.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, tie.
Yes.
That makes it 4-3, motion carries.
Action item 846 is to authorize the mayor to sign the Oakview Group OVG Management Agreement between the City of Nampa and OVG regarding the Nampa Civic Center.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, a tie.
Yes.
Makes it 4-3, motion carries.
847 is to authorize the mayor to sign the assignment and amendment food and beverage agreement between the City of Nampa and CWI regarding the Fort Idaho Center and substantially the form presented to the council at this meeting with such changes, omissions, insertions, and revisions as approved by the city attorney that are necessary to effectuate the agreement presented at the meeting.
And Mayor, if I may, just a quick point on this and on 845 and the next item, just for the record, just for the benefit of the public, those who are still with us, the language that's added at the end, since this was posted in the packet last week, there's been a few minor technical pieces in 3 of these agreements that just need to be cleaned up. It's nothing substantive. It's getting a numbering correct. It's removing an underline. It's clarifying City of College of Western Idaho instead of the city in one spot, just to clarify the party's intent. So in case somebody is comparing what 3 agreements have this extra language to what was in the packet last week, there will be some slight differences. Just stating that for the record in abundance of caution.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, Ty.
Yes.
Makes it 4-3, motion carries.
848, our last one, I believe, is to authorize the mayor to sign the Oakview Group food and beverage agreement between the City of Nampa and OVG regarding the Nampa Civic Center with such changes, omissions, and insertions and revisions as approved by the city attorney that are necessary to effectuate the agreement presented at the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, Ty.
Yes.
Makes it 4-3, motion carries.
I believe that concludes the business of the evening. Did we cover everything that we needed to? That we had noticed?
Mayor, that
believe
is
we did.
correct. All the motions. Yes.
And I would stand for a motion to adjourn our meeting.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?